Testing, testing. Hopefully this works. Welcome. Make sure I think I've got everything connected now. We'll have to see here. I had been in the middle of shifting over to a multi PC setup here to try to do the stream, and I haven't finished all of the supporting software that I'm working on to help me do that. But I didn't want to delay any longer. It's been a week. So I moved back over to the original setup here to get the stream running. And unfortunately, I had the wrong USB cable plugged into my webcam. So when I started the stream, I realized I couldn't get my webcam to work. So that's why I had to delay slightly. But I think it's working now. Let me check here real quick and make sure that the stream is actually going out. One moment, please. Seems to be. Let me check the sound. Testing. Sound. Yep, I hear sound. Okay. All right, I think it is going out. So, back in the saddle. Yeah, so I thought I'd start off by just kind of sharing a little update on what I've been working on. I've kind of been in a old-fashioned ecstatic frenzy. I don't know what the right words are, but I used to get in these I used to get in the zone when I would write code. Um, it would take me a while. Thank you for confirming that, Persephone. I hope you're doing okay. I'm not going to air laundry on TV, but I hope you're doing all right. TV on TV. I just said TV. I'm on TV. Hi, Mom. Oh man. But back when I used to code, I'd get on a project and I would peck and I would diddle around and I would futz, and then when the cogs clicked, when everything clicked, I would go into this zone and I would just I would be in this hyper focus mode. Twitch TV, yeah, I guess. Um, and I'd just have to go and go and go until I got it all out, until everything that was cooking that had gelled came out. And it would vary. There were times when I could do it in a couple hours. There was one time on one particular project about, I'd say 20 years or so ago, where I went on a frenzy for nearly 2 months, where I was working over 100 hours a week. I was basically just working and then grabbing some sleep and working 7 days a week. It took me that long to get the project, to get all this stuff, because back then I could hold a whole lot of different threads simultaneously in my head at one time. I could have multiple things cooking that were related but not the same thing. And I was able to task swap back and forth between things when I was in this zone mode pretty clearly. It was like I had a team in my head and they were all working simultaneously. But I haven't done anything like that in since before COVID was the last time that I actually worked on a project. And even then I hadn't been much into going into the zone. But when I started working on, I've had these ideas cooking in the back of my head of what I want to make for myself, as kind of a system that supports the whole streaming thing and the content and all of the wrapping around the content and stuff like that in a way that allows me to operate it efficiently while I'm streaming. At to have a lot of it automated so that while I'm focused on game, things are still working properly. And these aren't, this is not breaking new ground. This is stuff that everybody does to some degree. But there's no one tool I've found that does everything. What you end up having to do is you use Stream Elements or Streamlabs or StreamerBot or Twitch to some degree or YouTube or whatever. Use all of these different things to do things for you, and then you just slap it into OBS or whatever you're using as a bunch of different sources. Well, what I ran into is my PC is not powerful enough. I don't know. I know I've mentioned this before, but you guys have probably figured out from the way my here, let me switch real quick. The way my gaming overlay looks, that my main desktop is in ultra wide. It's in 21:9, not 16:9 format, which is 3440 by 1440 pixels. It's not quite 4K, but it's in between what is typically 1440p, which is the 16:9 variation of 1440i. I think it's 2560 or something like that. And 4K, which is, I don't remember what the exact resolution is. It's not quite 4,000 pixels wide, but it's close, which is also a 16:9 ratio. 4K is a lot of pixels to be driving at one time, and very few cards today can handle, consistently over 60 frames a second in 4K very well. Mine is somewhere in between, so I've got a 3070 Ti in my machine, and it just barely manages to crank out 60 frames reliably in 3440 by 1440. But it's about all it can handle. That combined with the processor I'm running, which is an i5 5600K, I think. I can't remember. It's an AMD. Anyway, it's a middle of the road, in terms of a gaming PC, it's middle to lower tier now, kind of on the lower end of middle. But it's good enough. It does the job for me. When I start streaming on top of that, what I do is I letterbox, right? I take my full ultra wide and I letterbox it into 1080p, which is why I end up with a top bar and a bottom bar on the screen that would be the black bars on a traditional letterbox, but then I use that for webcam, et cetera, et cetera. And that works pretty well for me. It goes against conventional wisdom because conventional wisdom on the internet says that that's a bad thing to do for streaming, that you're better off cutting off the sides. And I disagree with that. I disagree with cutting off content. And I don't want to switch back to a 16:9 gaming experience if I don't have to, because I really enjoy the ultra wide. I mean, once I switched to ultra wide originally a long time ago, like when the very first ultra wide monitors came out. Because at the time when I was doing development, it helps to be able to run 2 or 3 windows side by side and have them be kind of I agree. Want to say, yeah. That's my opinion too. But all the advice that I was getting from sources on the internet said that, oh no, you don't want a letterbox. Letterboxing is the worst thing you can do. I'm like, I don't agree. Sorry, I don't agree. I don't agree with cutting off content on the sides and then covering up more content with the webcam and the chat or whatever else you're showing on the screen. That just doesn't make any sense at all to me. But you don't see very many people doing what I do. There aren't that many people that game in ultra wide, I don't think. And I think a lot of people switch over to a 16:9 to make their streams more like everybody else's stream, so that it doesn't look like, so it doesn't look different, like you're sacrificing or you're not providing, the full experience to people. But I've been doing this for over a year now this way, and it seems to works for me. I haven't gotten it. I've gotten zero complaints about people about letterboxing my gaming content. Zero. Not a single person has complained to me about it. So that's that's not a statistically valid sample set, but it is what it is. So anyhow, I'm getting tangented here. So streaming, when you have OBS or Meld or whatever else, and you start layering in the stuff that's not the content but is the additional stuff like the alerts, the notifications, the webcam, chat overlay, all of those kinds of things, you have a few options. You can use native plugins, which are probably the most efficient if they're coded correctly, but they're third-party plugins that, for the most part, that allow you to overlay content onto the screen. Those work fairly well, but there's still additional renderers that have to run. So you have the renderer that's running to render your main content, and then each thing you adds on another instance of a renderer that then gets composited together to the final render before it goes out as a single image stream over to Twitch and YouTube or whatever else. What if you're using third parties, like let's say I'm using Stream Elements for the chat overlay, which I'm pretty sure is the overlay that I have up right now. I'm pretty sure it's Stream. I know it could be Melds. I don't remember which one I'm using. But you're using third party, or you use a third party for your alerts. Most of the time, what you do is put a browser source in, and then you point the URL to the third party's website, which renders a web page basically that contains your alerts or your notifications, or your let's say you have redeems, you have redeem awards like little videos that pop up or whatever. Those run on their server and come to you as a web page. And then OBS or whatever else runs an instance of a web browser. It's Chromium. It's the embedded version of Chrome browser. They run an instance of the browser for every one of those that you put on the screen. So if you have 2 or 3 different sources, you're running 2 or 3 different browsers inside of OBS, each of which has its own render pipeline running that then gets composited into the master render pipeline and then goes. And most of those now are hardware accelerated, which means they go to your graphics card, because your graphics card is really good at doing things like that. Most people run their browser. You can configure this, but by default, most people's web browsers run in hardware accelerated mode, which means it uses the GPU almost exclusively as the renderer for each frame that gets rendered of content. That's unnecessarily technical, but that's basically what happens. So to make a long story longer, the more stuff you add, the more resources get consumed by the OBS process and its child processes, which are these browser processes. And one of the bad things about browsers or web content in general, and I thought my astrophotography stuff was complicated. I promise there's a reason for all this. There's a reason I'm going into this. One of the problems that web browsers have had, and it's not as bad today, but it's always been a problem going way back to the first browsers of the 90s, is very often they don't clean up after themselves very well, and they tend to leak memory. And what a memory leak means is that over time they consume more and more RAM because things don't get cleaned up. They don't get disposed of properly. Things meaning images or sounds, or even little processes, little code processes that are running behind the scenes. And with browsers, you have interactive elements. So the browser is a two-way thing. It's not just a display like media player or something. It's also got the interactive elements. layered on that as well, so that it responds to your interactions and tracks that as well. And that's true even of Chromium that's running in OBS. So even if you're using it only for displaying alerts, that activity layer is still there. It's still consuming processes and memory. Anyway, they tend to leak over time. So the longer you run a stream, the more likely it is that one or more of these embedded browser instances are going to start consuming more and more resources. And that's not just system RAM, that's also graphics card resources. So if you're trying to stream on the same machine that you're playing games on, which is what I was doing, plus whatever else is running behind the scenes, like I'm running SteelSeries Sonar, which is a sound router. Basically, it creates virtual sound devices, so I can assign applications to sound channels that then allow me to set different volumes or mute or do whatever separately. It's like an old hardware mixing board that you would use, for like if you're a DJ or whatever, or yeah, I don't know what else to call that. But it's virtual. It's on the PC. So that's running in the background as well, and that's consuming resources. Plus all the shit that Windows is doing that's consuming resources behind the scene. Well, my gaming PC, like I said, it's middle of the road. It's having problems. It's having difficulty keeping up with all of this. Throw the webcam in there on top of that, which it's a USB cam. And it has issues. And one of those issues that I keep running into are these freezes that keep occurring, especially during Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is really bad about this. And I can't tell you specifically why Arc Raiders. Could be because it's Unreal 5. Could be some of the specialized code they're doing in the background. And it appeared to be, to the best of my knowledge, as far as I could tell, it was the GPU or the GPU pipeline that was freezing. So it was the graphics card pipeline. The pipeline being the PCI channel that your graphics card plugs into. That's the pipeline between main system RAM, the CPU, and the GPU. It would choke. It would freeze up for a few seconds and then come back. And sometimes it would go for longer than that. And that was happening more and more often. Plus I was dropping a lot of frames in game, and sometimes I was dropping stream frames, and I was getting some contention there too. So I could tell that my gaming PC is just barely handling what I'm using it for. So what I did is I took a bunch of hardware that I had laying around, old hardware that was laying around, and I cobbled together a streaming PC or a second PC. It's older stuff. It's got a 1080, NVIDIA 1080 graphics card in it. An old Intel. I don't remember exactly what processor's in it. But it's hardware that's probably close to 10 years old, probably 10 years old, I'm going to guess. Somewhere in that neighborhood. And I got it working. It was actually working and running. It's not very powerful. Wouldn't want to game on it. I could, but I wouldn't want to. And I've got an old work laptop, which is a great work laptop. It's a nice laptop for that, but it is in no way a gaming machine. It uses integrated Intel graphics, which is the graphics that is actually on the CPU and the chipset. It's the chipset, not the CPU, but it's integrated into the motherboard basically. And it cannot handle gaming, and it really struggles streaming with running OBS as well. It can do it, but it doesn't do it well. What it does have is a touchscreen, 17-inch touchscreen. It's a nice laptop for working, for writing code in and stuff like that. So I've got this stuff lying around. So my thought process was, I'm going to get this Frankenstein PC to be able to run OBS for me. It's going to be the streaming PC. All it's going to do is take the rendered version of my game that gets passed to it, composite all of the stuff in OBS, the overlays and stuff, and ship that out. It's not going to do anything else. So 100% of the available resources are going to be dedicated to keeping the stream going. The gaming PC will be doing nothing. Oh, something I forgot to say is I also can't capture. I can't record video in OBS at the same time I'm streaming without chugging my PC with my gaming PC. It can't do that. It can't game, record, and stream at the same time. It just doesn't have enough horsepower. So if I've got the streaming PC handling the stream, I can have the gaming PC handling the game. It runs a version of OBS that is doing nothing but recording the rendered full screen to disk. And then I've got an old capture card that can only do 1080p capture. Can't do 34 by 40 by 1440. What it can do is pass through that through. So basically what OBS is, or basically what's going to be happening is that capture card is going to be capturing my my full screen down at the shrunken version that goes into the 1080p stream and passing that to the streaming PC. But that's being handled by the capture card, so OBS doesn't have to do that. Then all of the stuff that I'm doing in the background with StreamerBot, which is doing all of the responding to the events on Twitch, deciding whether to switch scenes or launch alerts or do the combined chat overlay between or provide me with an interface that allows me to see what's going on in chat or what the events are. That's all being handled in the background right now by StreamerBot, which is this software that is basically a bridge between the streaming APIs and the events that they broadcast. So YouTube, Twitch, Kick, etc., and code that you want to write to respond to those events. It does a lot of the hard work for you, so that's why I've been using it. So you don't have to write your own code to subscribe to those APIs. I'm going to move that stuff over to the laptop. And then because the laptop's got a touchscreen on it, I can run potentially an interface on there like a poor man's Stream Deck, where it's just a big touchscreen buttons so that I can just reach over and hit things like mute Discord or mute mic or, switch scene to chat scene or to break scene or whatever else. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. So in effect, I'm creating a higher end setup with a bunch of low end hardware that I have. And to make it work, I'm having to write a whole fucking lot of custom code. The ban Persephone button. No, I would never. I might comically mute her as a joke. So my initial impetus was to get the hardware shit going so that I could start fixing some of the problems that I'm having and providing myself better options for the future. It's the better options for the future that was my downfall. Historically, that's always the case. I'm always refactoring or I'm always doing the next phase of improvements in my head while I'm doing what I'm doing. Most of the time I can silence I can move that voice to the background. Oftentimes I can't. Premature optimization. So that started kicking in. And all of a sudden, I found myself going into one of my old-fashioned zone frenzies where the cogs clicked in. And like I said, this hasn't happened to me in years. And I went into the zone. And I started coding. And I started coding. And I couldn't stop coding. And I was coding, and I was making graphics at the same time. And I was editing audio and video at the same time, all moving towards a goal and I couldn't stop. I couldn't sleep because I was doing it. Every time I laid down, I was still doing it. I just had no way to capture what I was doing. And this hasn't happened to me in a long time. So I gave into it. I said, first of all, I was excited because one of the reasons I can't do what I used to do for a living is because I can no hey crabs, I can no longer do that work reliably. My brain has just not been able to code. Should not be banned. Overruled. She's going to pull the Uno reverse card on you, mister. So I gave into the frenzy and I started doing it, and I was excited about it because this hasn't happened to me in a long time, and it felt like a really good thing. It felt like part of my brain came out of mothballs that has not peeped at me in 6 to 10 years. So I went in a frenzy, and I was planning on doing it for the weekend. I dedicated 3 days to letting this happen because I figured there's no way that my old tired brain and body can handle more than 3 days. By about midday or late day on day 2, I started having layers of epiphanies about better and better ways to do this, better and better ways to achieve what I was looking for. And this is the old trap that I used to fall into, that I had to use my team and other people around me to help pull me out of that and keep me at the layer where I was dissatisfied with my work, but I was able to get it finished and move on. I don't have a team. So I started falling into that. So turned into day 3. This is day 3 without sleep, by the way. I finally passed out on day 3 for about 4 hours. And then I woke up again and started immediately. So that started a cycle of going, 24, 36 hours and then sleeping a little bit and then going, and that slowly the sleep started more. I started to sleep more and more, and my periods of efficacy started to get, but it started lasting, and it went into day 4, day 5, day 6. I went a full 8 days before I finally came out of it. But I wasn't finished. It's the only problem. I'm not finished. I'm like, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie The Accountant with Ben Affleck. I'm like the kid. I'm not finished. I got to finish. So I've gotten a whole lot done, but I'm not finished. What I decided to do is, rather than keep convincing myself that I have to put everything else on hold while I focus exclusively on this, I've moved everything back, and I got the old single PC stuff back working again, so I can at least commit to doing the stream and then finishing this on the side. I'm not happy with that. It doesn't make me feel good, but it's necessary. Why is my cam is all screwed up here? It's my monitor. There. I'm off center. So that's where I'm at right now. Why? Where did I end up with this? Well, I started off as to fix problems. It snowballed into better ways of doing things, and especially better ways of handling all of the stuff that allows me to put stream content out there that it includes the things that I want to include. The alerts, the notifications, having like the commercials on the break screen, the automated channel points and rewards. None of this stuff is groundbreaking. This is all stuff that everybody does. The better part is I'm going to do it in a way that doesn't choke the streaming PC. And I'm doing that by doing everything myself. I'm not going to use third-party tools for this. It's all going to be done myself by my own code. And it's all going to run in one browser instance. And it's going to be done it's going to be rendered in the most efficient way that I can possibly do it, which means I'm doing a whole lot of vector SVG graphics as opposed to raster graphics. I'm doing a lot of SVG animations. I'm doing a lot of vector-based CSS calculation animations. I'm doing my own memory management inside the browser, inside the JavaScript in the browser, to make sure that things get cleaned up properly, so that I come as close to eliminate the possibility of memory leaks over the entirety of the stream as possible. Because I would like to get to the point where I can handle longer streams, 6 to 8 hour streams as I want to, as I feel up to it, without having performance problems, both me and the machines. And I want to be able to do more interesting things with this stuff that I'm putting out there, especially dynamic compositions of stuff where it's responsive to dynamic content, to content either coming from Twitch and YouTube, coming from code that I'm running locally, or I would love to get back to the experiment that I had to abandon, about 8 months maybe or so ago, where I had the AI bot running in the background that was BattleX. Basically, it was running it was interacting with chat. It was on the fly writing responses for alerts and things like that using an LLM that I was running locally. I want to get back to that, and I want to improve on that. In my mind, that is the future. We are already there, but right now it costs money to do that, because you have to subscribe. You have to pay a monthly fee to subscribe to hosted AIs to do that for you, or you have to have your own lab basically running it. We're getting close to being able to do that in the kind of setup that I'm talking about here, where I'm running a multi-PC setup. I want to get to that. I'm not doing that right now, but I want to lay the groundwork so that I can plug that in when I get to the point that I'm able to do that. I'm not far off. Realistically, I would just need a graphics card, because right now LLMs run primarily LLM large language models. So things like, for those that don't know, that's ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, Claude. All of those are LLM based so-called AI chatbots. They use large language models, which, this is neither here nor there, but they're basically statistic calculation machines. They are really, really good at calculating based off of the word that was just placed, what the most likely next word should be within a context. That's basically what they do. In the end, it looks like you're talking to an intelligence. That's why they get called artificial intelligence. But there's really not any true intelligence behind it. It's a predictive engine. It predicts what you will want the next word or phrase or token to be in this sentence. The emergent property of that is it looks a whole lot like you're interacting with an actual person. And they're getting better and better at that. So anyway, it's not going to be long before you're already seeing so-called AI streamers. Again, they're not true AI, at least not by my definition. We use AI to describe any kind of algorithm today. We say AI is driving your recommendation engine on YouTube. Well, it's not really AI. Sorry, it's not. It's not intelligence. It's just really good algorithms. Really good algorithms. And Mr. knows about this because he works on he works on the data analysis side of this stuff. So he knows much better than I do the intricacies of how that kind of shit works in the background. But it's not what I would call artificial intelligence. It's just a convenient label that gets used. Anyway, we're right on the cusp of not just having fully automated streams, but more, what's closer is everyone having like a co-host, not just a chat bot that is a moderator of your chat or that runs these canned pithy sayings. My wife says there's no real intelligence behind what I say too. Methinks she doth protest too much. You can't point the finger at somebody else without three pointing back at you. Tell her that one. That's always a good one. That'll get you in her good graces real quick. What you want to be doing is taking relationship and especially marriage advice from me. Anyway, where I'm going with all this, as you can probably tell, I'm still in a little bit of a mental frenzy. My brain's running about 3 gears higher than it normally runs. And it's not just coffee. It's something kicked in and my brain is firing. The timing is still off. It's missing, but I'm firing on all the cylinders now. They're just not in the correct sequence. They're still going, but I'm not just operating on 2 of 8 cylinders now. Where I was going with this is we're very close to everyone having or being able to have what looks like an intelligent system supplementing the moment-to-moment content that they produce, focused on chat, usually on interactions, on real interactions with what people are doing. So responding what looks to be intelligently to content in chat or to events that are occurring on stream. For example, when I do a good sub-parkour moment on stream, we're very close to having an automated co-host that would be able to do what a lot of you guys do for me right now. That's start the immediate snark contextually correctly, basically recognizing that it was a sub-parkour moment. Or conversely, that somehow I managed to make a great kill, or somebody else did something stupid. We're very close to being able to do that. So you want AI to take our jobs? No, we kind of, no. That is a full-on rant that I've got in my queue right now, mister. And you were one of the people I was going to want to invite to participate in this, is a good logical, reasonable discussion about that whole issue about AI taking our jobs. I don't feel like very many people are presenting a balanced look at that. Almost everybody's presenting an emotional, either a purely emotional or a completely logical discussion of the topic. I did several days worth of research and compiled materials. I've got a whole folder around this because I feel like there's good content there. There's a good discussion that I want to have and I want other people to participate in. But anyway, I'll get back to that. So no, I don't want them to take the job necessarily. I want them to augment the experience so that our jobs change, so that my job changes And so that you guys have more opportunity, different opportunity to do what you're already doing. And that's interact with each other, with me, and with this system that is more responsive and oftentimes paying more attention than what I'm doing. And that you can potentially leverage to help you do things like fuck with me or change things on stream. So right now, there are a few different ways, like things that software that can be run that allow commenters, chatters to be able to do things in specific games that specific games that hook in to specific software that allows this responsivity layer. Like, you can trigger certain things in certain games. That is kind of there right now, but it involves a lot of participation with every layer in between, all following this one standard that is owned by somebody that charges for it, right? Charges somebody. Somebody's paying for it because, capitalism. We're getting closer to not needing that as much, or at least for the kind of thing that I'm envisioning, where other cues are able to be translated on the fly to descriptions that can be processed by existing LLMs with the tools that they have available to them right now. So you're seeing some of that getting integrated into the chatbots like ChatGPT or like Gemini. Gemini is a good example. Gemini is leveraging an image parsing and production engine on the back end. You may have heard people talk about Nano Banana. It's like the latest and greatest AI image authoring tool that people talk about because it does such a fantastic job, and it does a great job at translating ideas into visual representations. But it does the opposite as well. Some of the same code is used by Gemini that when you upload an image, first it analyzes that image and understands it. So we're getting close to the point where you can have something like that running and you can feed it frames out of your feed, out of your game, right? Doesn't have to be all 60 or 120 frames, but you can feed it 1 frame a second or 1 frame every 5 seconds. Or you don't even have to feed that. You could have a sublayer that does a very quick and dirty, old-fashioned bit mask to decide, does this frame correspond to like a death message from a certain game? So you know how games will like Hell Let Loose, puts up the gigantic "you died, so and so, blah blah blah," whatever the fuck. And it's basically the same every time with just a variable content. It would be somewhat trivial to write a comparator that would take a static image, compare it to a mask that can determine very quickly, yes, this is a death screen. And do that very, very quickly, like sub-second quickly. And then cause that to take the last, whatever your buffer length is of your stream that's being captured, that's being buffered. And send that to the processing system that then takes, let's say, 1 frame a second or however many frames a second, and parses that into language that can be understood by the LLM, which is kind of what these graphics engines are doing on the background right now on the LLMs. But I'm talking about a much more rudimentary system that does that. They even have ones that parse video, and they do it much the same way that I'm describing right now. Um, we're to the point where that could be done in a pared down way so that you wouldn't need hooks out of the game, an API basically out of the game that works with this third party software that then works with chat in order to be able to have that level of interaction. You could actually capture the same way that when you're watching the stream and you see something happening and in your brain it says, "Oh, that's a funny moment," or that's a death and that was a stupid death. I'm going to say this. I could create, not me, but we could create, people could create a system to respond in much the same way without having to have a back end hook system that goes on. Um, I don't think we're quite there, but we're getting close. I see things like that coming, right? They're not far off. And I want to be ready for that. Because that kind of stuff really interests me. So I want to build my own kind of in between stuff that makes what I'm providing more responsive, whether it be responsive to chat, responsive to mod commands, responsive to commands that I issue, responsive to calculations that are occurring. Hell, I could make it more responsive to voice commands this right now, and I'm working on that already, to where I issue voice commands. So that a lot of this stuff that's going on doesn't require my full attention on an activity feed or a chat feed or whatever, because I'm just not that good. I'm just not that good to be able to focus on what I'm doing content wise and be able to give sufficient attention to the stuff that's happening around the stream to be able to do both to the level that I want to do them, that most people are, that most successful streamers are able to do. That's one of my limitations. It's part of the old. That's part of the getting old. Now, what I'm describing is a very pie in the sky level of this, and that's not what I'm striving for now. What I'm striving for now is laying the groundwork and doing very bear skins and stone knives levels of that kind of stuff now, so that as things progress, as I make better things or as third parties make better things that I can utilize, I can plug that stuff in without having to go back to the drawing board again, or without having to put all of my eggs in some third party's basket and depend on them, or without having to buy, thousands of dollars worth of hardware to be able to do it. And I can see that. I can see the picture in my mind of how this is going to work. And that's what I've been working towards. So that's what's been kind of occupying me for the last, 9, 10 days. And a couple of days ago, I figured out that I was not going to get finished by the end of a day Sunday, that I was not going to get to the point where I could move to a version of the stream that's running off the 3 machines or even the 2 machines. And that's a lot of different reasons. I bit off more than I could chew in that time frame. Premature optimization, refactoring, because of new ideas, new shit coming to light as I'm working on it, and more ideas, more clarity about how it should work as I was building it. So as one of the things that I always used to do is I would start trying to when I had a project, one of the things I did would be I would start trying to I wouldn't be fully waterfall, or I wouldn't be fully agile. I was somewhere in between. Um, and that doesn't mean anything to people who haven't worked in the industry. So, um, but I wasn't fully figuring everything out first, and I wasn't fully just seat of the pantsing it and refactoring over and over again until it seemed to be correct. I was somewhere in between. So that's what I was doing. As I've been discovering things as I've been working on this and having to refactor some of what I already did. Um, I've also been getting better at using the tools that are available now instead of the old 15, 20-year-old software that I'm used to. Um, so I've been getting better at that too. Been learning some of that as well. So between all of that, everything has taken longer. Um, but I'm getting close. So that's kind of what happened and why I went dark. What I'm going to do now, and I'm going to take a quick pee break. What I'm going to do now is share a little bit about of some of the snippets of what I've done, so you kind of have some idea where I'm going. And then when I'm done with that, I'll if anybody wants to know more, I'll deal with that. But if not, I'll switch over to playing some Arc Raiders, because I haven't played in like 9 days, over a week, and I want to play. So anyway, I'm gonna pee real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm trying to be more diligent about going on a break once an hour to allow ads to play and then doing my, you know, for subs, doing my commercial break at the same time so that you can enjoy the retro commercials while the non subs, the people who aren't subbed, deal with the platform ads. Obviously, it doesn't affect YouTube. YouTube operates off a different scenario, but one interesting thing is there are 3 commercials that I've identified. There may be more that those old commercials that when they run, I get copyright claims on YouTube. So I think I'll have to double check, but I think that I've stopped the audio from the commercials from going to YouTube. So if that's the case and you're on YouTube, I apologize if you're not getting the audio from those. I will fix that as I can, but I'm going to have to figure out which commercials I need to remove from the rotation or mute. I think it's funny that a 60-year-old commercial gets copyright claimed. Anyway. All right, I'm back. I finished all my oh nice, Persephone. So the student has become the master. I'm going to have to get tips from you on how to. I assume you mean the quests or do you mean the expedition stuff or both? Hopefully we're still far enough away from the expedition that I don't have to rush again. I want to get back. I miss playing Ark, but I've been so worked up on this other stuff that I haven't played a video game in 8 or 9 days. So one of the ideas that I have here, and I'll just mention this briefly because it's not that big deal, but I suspect that when I get this shaped up and use it for a bit, that I may actually have something here software wise that is valuable to more than just me. Useful to more than just me. I shouldn't say valuable because I don't mean like pay money, but I mean useful to more than just me. And if and when that happens, I may reach out to a few people to see if there's a way that it could be of use to them and if they could try it out and give me some feedback on whether it helps or not. So, let me talk a little bit about what. Let me close some of this stuff to make it a little clear what I'm working on. It's not going to be clear no matter what I do. So what I'm working on is multi-tiered. The tier I'm going to talk about right now is how to manage alerts. So if any of you have streamed, you know that right now, the only practical way for an individual who's not a programmer / designer to manage their own alerts is to use a third party. Ark is very busy today. Oh, the Ark themselves or the game or both? I'm not sure if my chat is lagging or not. So if I'm lagging behind, I apologize. There must be both. Okay. Well, I'm going to be oh, is today a holiday? I don't even know what date it is. Oh, well, I'm not going to worry about it. I've only got so much room in my buffers. Dead Raider quotas. So anyone who's streamed knows that it's a challenge handling alerts and notifications and stuff. And it almost always involves third parties. It's very hard to do on your own competently, as I've proven, because I have not been doing it competently, and I've been trying to do it on my own as much as possible. Twitch provides their canned alerts that you can use. You can go with like Stream Elements or Stream Labs or some other third party like that, and they'll provide systems that basically what you do is you authorize them to access your streaming account, and then they use their canned stuff. They hook into your events, and they provide you back the alerts that you then embed in your system with a browser overlay. And good enough, right? I mean, it's good enough most of the time, as long as all you can, as long as your focus is basically just that this stuff gets handled. When you start trying to dig in and you start to want a little more variation, a little more control, is when it really starts to get challenging. And it becomes a real headache trying to work with multiple systems, especially when you're looking at multi-streaming scenarios where you're streaming to Twitch and YouTube and Kick or some combination. I don't even worry about streaming on TikTok because I'm not going to do it. Or, vertical streaming on YouTube, or I know there's another platform that I'm leaving out. Anyway, then it becomes a real headache trying to deal with all this. So what I'm trying to do is use a local subscriber to events on those platforms, basically, so that I'm in control of it. I'm not giving access to third parties to my accounts on Twitch or YouTube or wherever else. YouTube's a scary one because it's your Google account, right? And you're probably using that for a lot of things. I don't like giving access, even though I'm not giving like the full account. I'm giving certain rights. And very often, if you look at those, they're asking for a fuck ton of rights on your account, things beyond the scope of what I think they need to be able to provide the value that they're providing. And I think they're doing that in order to gather data, right? They're doing it so that they can know more about what you're doing with your account and then sell that information. They have to be doing that behind the scenes. At the very least, if they're not selling it, they're using it for internal intelligence. I don't like that, and maybe that's just part of being a crotchety old man, but I don't like that. So I want to bring as much of that in-house as I possibly can, or at least under my control. I want more flexibility with what I can do with my alerts, with my notifications, with my redeems and stuff like that. And I want more deliberate control over how they overlap, how they collide, especially with regard to audio, how audio plays over or interrupts or doesn't interrupt, how things queue. If God forbid I ever get to the point where I'm getting multiple events stacking up, how does that queue? If I get 5 followers back to back to back, how do my alerts queue? What happens? If I were to get botted, how does my system respond to more information coming in than can possibly be presented on the screen in a reasonable amount of time? All that kind of stuff. These are all concerns. These are edge cases, but they're very realistic edge cases. Plus, what happens when I want to change things up? I want to go with a different way. I can either pick from these shitty ass themes and templates that are made available by these third parties, which I'm sorry, they're god awful, in my opinion. Let me rephrase that. they're very same, very much just 52 different flavors of the same thing, and then 52 different flavors of the next thing. You know, there's like 3 ideas, and then everybody does the same, basically the same thing with different colors or different boxes or different speeds or different, you know, whatever. And very oftentimes the themes are not aesthetically in my taste range. So I want to be able to change that, and I want more control over it. I want to be able to change one thing or 2 things or all of them or none of them, or, you know, basically I want control. Um, I want flexibility. I want to be able to change um, where things display on my overlay. I want to be able to change how large they are, what their ratio is. And one of the unique things, and I'm going to switch real quick. One of the unique things that my gaming scene, actually, you know what? No, I'm not. I'm going to, well, there's a quick look at what I have now. I'm going to bring up this. Let me get this big. Let me get big in this. This is basically very similar to what I have now. It's the letterbox, and don't mind the colors. These colors are all here just for clarity purpose, so that I can clearly define areas. But it's basically the same thing I have. I have a letterbox display, which gives me X amount of pixels on the screen that are not being taken up by the main content. And I can split that up to however I want, right? People who don't have a letterbox ultra wide display like this on their stream don't have this level of I won't say they don't have the flexibility, because they can overlay content, but they have more prices they have to pay if they want to put more content on the screen, in that they're going to cover up a lot more stuff, or they're going to have to swap stuff in and out a lot more. I have areas already defined that I can utilize. Now, if you recall, and I can't overlay these quickly, but this red area on this layout that I'm showing right here, right now I'm not using. It's just the big logo and the little scroller thing. It's basically dead space for me. Yes, I'm using it for branding, but the branding, in my mind, doesn't serve a lot of purpose long term. Do you need to stare at my logo for 6 hours? Probably not. So I'm looking at repurposing that. So I did just a quick split up of what I've currently got, and thinking about how I can change this up. And this is not a graphic design, what you're looking at right now. This is like a grid, basically, and the colors are only there to differentiate it. I'm not implying that I'm going to have a gray whatever. I might, who knows, might not. I don't know what I'm going to end up with. Could switch that out regularly. Could be random. Have no idea. Anyway, I'm going to move branding up to just the little face thing. Because other content can provide the branding cues, like the break screen, the loading screen. I can do scenes. Like, for example, in Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is a great game to use as an exemplar for where I see things going in the future, potentially. Hell Let Loose is not. Arc Raiders is. Arc Raiders has clearly defined kind of, I won't call them moments, but there's division between what's going on. They're like scenes almost. They're almost like scenes within the game. You've got when you're in the raid, right, which is the analogous to gameplay, where the full screen is dedicated to what's going on, and it's got a HUD, and it's all relevant. Then when you go back to Speranza, you've got the in-betweens, like when you're transitioning between Speranza and the raid, or between the raid and Speranza. And there's a varying degree of importance of what's being displayed on the screen at one time. Gives you some flexibility. Those are almost like stinger transitions within the game, which, if you don't know what a stinger transition is, a stinger transition in streaming parlance is a way to graphically, visually, and audio represent the transition between two scenes. Like if I transition between where I'm at chat right now and gaming, right now it's just a quick fade because that's all that Meld supports is shit like that. OBS supports stinger transitions, which are partially transparent, almost like wipes, or you've seen them before. You know what I'm talking about. Little 1 or 2 seconds, interesting transitions between scenes. Arc Raiders has something similar. Some streamers are leveraging that right now by providing their own stinger transitions in those moments where they provide branding elements. And by branding, I'm not necessarily talking the logo. I just mean things around me and my content and my themes and my personality, etc., that take up the content area of the screen. So I think more games that I'm going to be playing are going to be more like that than something like Hell Let Loose, which is over an hour straight of intense gameplay, right? And the only breaks you get are you can have death screens when the map comes up, and apparently showing the map on stream gets you on blacklists where people ban you from their servers, apparently. Just FYI. But I think I'm going to be playing a lot more games that fall somewhere in between, you know. But there's going to be more opportunities. So I can move my branding to those moments, to the stinger transitions and things like that, or to the layouts, to a different layout, similar to this chat layout that you're seeing now. Except I crop and repurpose screens within the game so they will be particular to a game. So I could have an Arc Raiders version of that where I show what's interesting on the Arc Raiders screen in like a cut down version, and then other stuff around that that is more interesting, like the webcam, if you want to call that interesting, or the chat overlay, or let's say activity notifications, or whatever else. You know, I could basically rejigger the layout to accommodate that. But what I have normally during gameplay is this layout that you're seeing like right now, which gives me more flexibility than a lot of streamers because I have this area down at the bottom where I can present on-screen content that is not interfering with the gaming content. Right now, the only thing overlapping the gaming content in this layout is this little semicircle surrounding the frowny face, and that's it. But it provides me with these content areas, and not to mention the top bar content areas, which I haven't necessarily outlined because I haven't divided that up yet. I'm going to utilize it. I just don't know exactly for what yet. Probably some kind of goal indicators, or who knows what. Maybe branding stuff, maybe fun stuff. I don't know. But in the end, I've got these content areas down here that I've marked off. These are not set in stone. These are just arbitrary boxings of the area that I have down here available. And it's very similar to what I have right now. And I can start utilizing these. So I've already got the webcam area, which is the blue area. I don't intend to change that much. I've got the white area, which right now I'm using for Discord overlay, which I kind of like for when I'm collabing with people, for you to be able to see who's talking in Discord when I'm sharing, you know, when I'm collaborating with people in Discord. Because sometimes, you know, if it gets hot, it gets a little difficult to see who's talking, to know who's talking. I've got the yellow area on the right, which right now I'm using for chat overlay, which I kind of like. I kind of like, especially when I'm multi-streaming. It's very nice for the people on Twitch to know, and I shouldn't be saying this out loud because Twitch gets pissy, but for people on other platforms to see what the people on the opposite platform are saying. So if I'm responding to something, you would actually know what's going on. So I kind of like the idea of a chat overlay. Everybody's got them now, no big deal. But I like the fact that it is not overlapping with the actual content itself. And then I've got this middle ground, which, if you look at it from a UX perspective, is the second most important real estate on the screen by virtue of its size and its central positioning. So things along the center line tend to be psychologically more important than things on the outside when you're looking at a composition. And I'm not using it. I am going to start using it, right? So, and then I've got the content area itself, which in certain cases, I want things to take the focus away from the content, like very important events that occur. Well, I shouldn't say very important. Things that are of the top level of importance, like hype train, right? A hype train is a big deal. It deserves some kind of pop-up that draws everyone's attention and temporarily supersedes the content itself. Because very likely I'm going to stop what I'm doing and notice the hype train and say, holy shit, hype train. Now, maybe for a big streamer, that doesn't matter. It's quite possible. People that routinely enter hype train territory in every stream kind of diminishes, right? But for me, it's a big deal. A raid. I want to get a big pop-up there that says, hey, somebody's raiding you. Because to me, that's a big deal. It's important to me to recognize the fact that somebody was kind enough and interested enough to take their community and ship it to me for however long. That's a big deal. A big dono is a big deal, and I'm sorry, it's still a big deal to me. A gift bomb is a big deal. These are all things that I feel like deserve, and where that line is probably going to be fluid. I'm going to change my mind. Other people might convince me of a different set of priorities. And maybe as the time goes on, my relative level of prioritization is going to change as well. I don't know. But I have this flexibility where I've got interruptive elements over the content, but I've got this area down here, which could very easily be used for things that are important to note and things that are important to acknowledge. But maybe, at least in my mind right now, are either too frequent or not stop what you're doing and look at me stuff. And I've got this area down here, which is very usable for that. So I feel like I've got two kind of big areas for alerts and notifications that I can make use of. Not to mention things that might affect the whole screen, like, the snow. Remember the snow thing? Or confetti or whatever else. There are elements that could overlay the whole thing. But those are not necessarily related to alerts. Those are like things that are augments to the other stuff. Or, they could even be things that are used to irritate me in those scenarios where I talked about where, chat interacts and irritates me, stuff like that. So what I'm looking at right now is to build a system that supports my development and my reassignment and my quickly adding or removing variants of content area, full screen, this lower area, and that also find ways to manage the audio, right? Because I'm going to have multiple audio streams running at one time. I'm going to have the game content. I'm going to have Discord. I'm going to have my mic. I'm going to have alerts. I'm going to have notifications, things like right now I have pings that go off when people chat so that I know it. And I don't necessarily want that to go out over stream, but sometimes it does because I fuck up. And the way I've built stuff now doesn't make that obvious to me when I'm sending that out over, I'm going to have some things that I don't want interrupted. Like, let's say I've got a hype train notification. I don't want pings to play over the top of that. Maybe I want them to queue. Maybe I want those levels, the next level down of notifications to queue up until the hype train alert thing is done. I don't want to have everything go in the same queue. Right? So I'm going to want different levels of queue. I'm going to want different levels of queue based around, some kind of priority system, but also based on what kind of thing it is. Video has visual and sound elements, so it's going to be disruptive of both the visual element and the audio element. An image is not. An image is only disruptive of the visual element. Sounds that play are not visually disruptive, but they're auditory interruptions. So I have to think about these kinds of things and think about how I'm going to juggle this kind of stuff. I say I have to. I want to. Most systems don't. Most things that you use from third parties don't split things up that well. And I've discovered in what I'm doing that bothers me. It bothers me that I don't have that degree of control because I get distracted and irritated by overlaps or collisions or queuing that does not take that differentiation into account. So I want more than that for myself. And I feel like that might have value to other people as well. Anyway, so that's kind of the impetus. That's kind of the big picture thing that is what I'm doing. Now, at the same time, I want to change my design up. I've been all over the place with my themes and my graphics and stuff like that because I just can't fucking decide what I like. And those of you that have been watching this stuff for a while know that I've been back and forth and around and piecemeal with a lot of this stuff. I want to get to where I'm more solidly themed. And so I've been working on that as well. I keep a bit, yeah. Well, and you want that ability, right? You want to be able to do that. But it would be nice to be able to, if you wake up tomorrow and you've got a new idea of what you think the coolest thing ever is, you may want to shelf that and wholesale implement a new theme. It would be nice to be able to do that systematically instead of having to do it each individual thing one at a time. Because there's going to be some commonalities, right? There's going to be some visual commonalities. There's going to be some animation commonalities, some audio commonalities, fonts, colors, etc. And there's a lot of things that can be affected by that. The frame, the overall, which affects me more than most people because I actually have a frame around my content. But also the individual things that come up. So I started building a system, a systematized way to handle that, and also to allow me to be able to modify and edit that stuff. Because I need it to be as performant as I absolutely possibly can in order to be able to do stuff on the low-level hardware that I have available to me without dogging everything out. So I need a unified way of doing that does it in a templated way that keeps one alert from being a bad actor and dogging everything else that's going on at the same time. And the only way for me to do that is to have them all under a single umbrella, which is basically going to be a single browser overlay in OBS. And I'm switching back to OBS for the level of control that it gives me. Because Meld is a great tool, but it tries to do all of that for you and make it to where you use their stuff the way they want you to use it, which is great for most people. It's starting to stifle me. So let's look at some simple examples. These are just a few things that I've got This is one that I was in the middle of working on right now. Let me show you some mock-ups here of where this stuff is going. So this is for that lower area, right? Let me embigify this so it's easier to see. This is for that lower area. So let's say, for example, that I decide subs want to go down there, which I'm toying with where subs go. Do they go up top or do they go on the bottom right now? I've decided to go all in on the mid-century theme for my visuals and my sounds, you know, for basically the overall thing. It's not strictly mid-century, it's mid-century inspired, right? It's my version of mid-century. So I'm using a lot of imagery and graphics and colors and fonts and techniques that are consistent with graphic design and motion design from the 50s and the 60s, right? So that's my inspiration. And this is one example of a mock-up of what I might want one of those sub things to look like. And in this scenario, the message area in the white would be dynamic. Everything else would be static, but the message area would be dynamic. It would change based on the username. I might have a set of messages themed around this submarine theme to where there's a couple of different that I rotate or that I change, you know, periodically or whatever. This is, what's it called? The Atomic Sub, I think. It's from very early 50s. I think it's called the Atomic Submarine. It's a good guess, though. Because I looked at Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea and I decided that the Nautilus and all that stuff was, you know, was an turn of the century technology. And Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea was inspired by the Jules Verne stuff. And so they took a lot of thematic elements, but it's close. No, I went with Atomic Sub. I might work in Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea stuff too, because it's got some good stuff in there too. The updated telling of some of the Verne inspired themes or science, if you will. That's where the graphic comes from. Most of my graphics right now I'm using is inspired by clip art from that era. So let me bring this one up. Let's bigify this. This would be an overlay in the top area. And the tone is a little bit muted on this because of what I did for the mock-up. But this is an idea of a similar thing, but it uses most of them are going to use this style of line art. But it uses my brand colors, the gold, the blue, and the red. But it tries to stick to that old theme, right? By using the fonts from that era and the graphics from that era. And then some of it, like this emulates the offset printing from that era where you can see like the red's just a little bit misaligned here. Anyway, and in this case, the bottom tier 2 upgrade would be dynamic text, which gets modified based off of what the event actually is. So this example is where the hype train is just updated from tier 1 to tier 2. Like that would never happen. But if it were to happen, this is what would happen. This pop-up would come up and this bottom thing, and it's going to be, there's going to be associated sound effects like, where did I put that? I think I put it in the wrong spot. Generic sub sound effects, right? Little things like that, little short. I need to move that because that's in the wrong spot. It's in the wrong SFX. Okay. All right, let me minimize this. So that would come up as the notification sound, and then that would change out, and that would be in the content area, and it would come up for however long, whatever, partially determined by the length of the animation. In this case, it's going to be very simple animation because the text will just animate in probably some kind of zoom animation to keep the train theme. But usually by a timeout value. It's a master value that I'll set for notifications. And then I built this little tool here that I'm using here. That's what I was using to build this stuff to help me test some of the, because what I'm doing is I'm building a template system where what I decided in my mind is that I'm going to have a lot of different media that's going to play. I'm going to have videos, I'm going to have images, I'm going to have sounds, I'm going to have animations. I want to treat them all as media. So these animations that I'm building with a combination of web animation, SVG, and raster graphics, I want them to be components. So I want the overall system to see them as a media, as a self-contained media that it snaps in. So I built a system around those to make them self-contained. And then this is just like a test harness that I built around that. Let me do one comic alert. It's not very user friendly because it's just a rough and dirty thing that I cabbaged together to make my life easier. $640 by 480. This represents the payload that's coming out of my yeah, this is still paid give. Okay, so I'm good. So this is another one. This would be for for bulk gifts if somebody does, a bulk gift thing. And then that's an idea of the real simple animation that happens in this example. I'm starting off with very rudimentary animations to keep things easy for me. But this allows me to test this kind of stuff. Because I can load this up and I can do things like monitor memory and watch and make sure that I don't have leaks, that things are being cleaned up properly. Because I want these animations to be able to be built without knowing about the entire system that they're going to be used within, the entire overlay system. They're self-contained. So that down the road, I can redo all of this stuff, build a new theme and build all of these, or have some third party do it. And they don't have to know about how everything works. They just have to follow the template and change the shit out. And that way we can explore design ideas or new ways of doing it, or gin them out for the full set quickly, without having to worry about all of the API and all that bullshit. Anyway, that gives you a kind of an overview of all the stuff that I'm working on right now. You can see there's a lot of code here, more than what I'm just showing you, because most of this stuff is not ready for use yet. Like I've got all these managers and stuff that are processes that are part of the master system that aren't ready to be deployed yet. By opening my front door. Yes, I went to the beauty shop and opened my front door, and that's the sound that I captured. I've got this whole folder full of. So I downloaded some of the old clip art images from the 50s and back then, the reason it's called clip art, and I don't know if a lot of people know this, is because literally back then you bought books of printed versions of this line art on white paper that you literally cut out of the book. You clipped it out of the book, pasted it on your ad, and then literally photographed the pasted version and went in and touched up, where the shadows were and stuff like that. That's how you composed ads back then. And that's why it's called clip art. I downloaded several captures of some of that clip art from that era. And then I've been using the free version of some of the online AI image tools. And I'm sorry if you're going to boycott me because I'm using image tools, but I can't afford to pay an artist for this. And I'm not good enough to do it myself to make new, unique versions of stuff like that based off this old clip art. So it uses the style of the old clip art. I use the clip art to set the stage for this is the style that I want. And then I'm getting new stuff made that I'm going to be using. Let me get this up here. See if I can find some examples of some of that clip art that I've made. I'll find it. I'll share it. But I've got all kinds of stuff that I'm doing. Like for the hype train, I've got a hype train start, the one I showed you, and then a hype train end. I'm going to have different variants of things like the sub. Like this is just one variant that'll come up. There's going to be another theme around gift subs, raids. You know, I got the idea of a raid that is like a party, you know, a bunch of people showing up to the party. So I've got like the old 50s kids sock hopping to the record player as a party. I've been dabbling, and I don't know if I'm actually going to go through with it or not, but I've been dabbling with getting it to make a theme around a panty raid from like the old 50s college idea of a panty raid. I don't know if that's too offensive for people these days, but it tickles me. You know, things like that. I want the freedom to be able to explore those ideas and create riffs on that, so that I can have multiple versions of these things and churn them out fairly quickly, which is why I've been working more on the system than I have the actual designs. Yeah, I know. It's like a litmus test, isn't it? Just the idea of, oh my God, toxic masculinity thinking they can steal the underwear. What perverts. Whatever. But anyway, that's a pretty broad and somewhat deep look at what I've been working on. So I've been writing a fuck ton of JavaScript, CSS, HTML, SVG. Yeah. So the Revenge of the Nerds is the first thing that popped into my mind when I thought about cinematic depictions of panty raids. And it cracks me up that was very much part of the 80s revival of the 50s, where a lot of the people making content in the 80s were inspired by the 50s. And Revenge of the Nerds is a classic example of that. It's very 80s, but a lot of the ideas and the scenarios are very much inspired by the old 50s. Porkies, yeah. I know what you mean. Not popper keys, but porkies. Yes. You don't have to correct yourself. I know what you meant. Popper keys. Yeah, they're all, you know, I mean, hey, one man, look at The Outsiders. Why was The Outsiders movie made in the 80s? Because there was that 50s revival that happened in the 80s. Anyway, that's just neither here nor there. You'll have to catch the VOD, one man, because I've been explaining a lot about where I've been and what I've been working on. It's not quite ready for deployment yet. And I decided to go ahead and get back to the single PC streaming and work on this on the side rather than focusing on it, because I didn't want to keep delaying while I kept working on stuff. But I wasn't just curled up in bed with a hot water bottle. I was actually working on stuff, and I wasn't just spiraling around a vortex of can't finish anything. I actually made progress. I have actually made progress. Not as much progress as I like to, because a lot of stuff had to get redone. One of the biggest things to come out of this for me, one of the biggest benefits that's come out of this for me with fabulous people, make me a list of fabulous people I'd like to know who they are. I have no idea who is fabulous. I assume I should just export my subs, right? Whoever subbed to the stream are by default fabulous people, correct? So that's a good starting point. But so some of the other areas around that aren't just the alerts, and so let me get this back up here. I like having visual aids when I'm talking about stuff. So some of the other things that I'm thinking about that are going to integrate into this. I'm going to put down in the bottom of this content area down here, this red content area, I'm going to have an alert marquee, scrolling marquee, because two of the things that I haven't talked about yet that are part of this overall calculation of UX that I've been doing are things that don't necessarily that don't necessarily, I don't want to say don't deserve, but don't cross the threshold of requiring special effort being put towards it, acknowledging them, are some kinds of, activities that happen that need to be noticed. So, for example, one man comes in and he redeems a channel point reward, right? But I've got so much stuff queued up already of alerts and notices and other rewards and stuff that it's going to be 10 seconds, 15 seconds, God forbid, a minute before we get to it. The activity marquee will acknowledge the fact that one man standing redeemed so-and-so channel point reward, so that we all know that he did it, and it's coming. It's just not quite here yet. What I want to get away from is using the chat window for those things that are just acknowledgments, because I want to try to keep the chat more focused on conversation and less on notifications. I want to take that. My UX brain says those are two different things, and they need two different treatments. And right now, Twitch and YouTube and most streamers and most packages that you look at use the chat for that because it's the only way we have to do it. It's the most convenient way, or it's the only way that we have to treat things that are user to user, or that are viewer to viewer or viewer to streamer interactions, and things that we both need to be notified of. So that's where that marquee is, that intermediary thing between that level of notification, and things that get a pop up or that take over this area down here. So then when the reward comes up in the queue, it plays the sound or plays the video or whatever else that might be. So follows are one of those areas that, right or wrong, I feel like follows belong in the red area, not over the content area. And that's just my arbitrary decision. I may change that later. So follows are going to get this, and one of the reasons I'm talking about this stuff is to have a conversation about it more than just tell you how it is. Followers are going to get something like this that display down in that content area, right? Where the dynamic is this new follower or this, I did this because I wanted to see what a long username would look like. This is the longest possible Twitch username. So I put it, or it's not the longest possible, but it's the most number of characters possible. So I wanted to see how I'd handle it, because dynamically, I'm going to be doing things like trying to decide whether I truncate with ellipses, reduce the font size, etc. But I'm going to have things like this. They're going to appear in that bottom area. So it gets a visual acknowledgement and probably a sound effect that goes with it, that goes in that bottom area. But it doesn't get a pop-up over the thing. Yeah, my whole theme is now based on I'm going all in on the mid-century stuff, right? I decided to pick a theme and go with it rather than bot back and forth because I can't decide. So that's why I like this one man, which is an example of this is an alert. Yeah, so the halftone dot thing is a modern, it is one that is not authentic. Halftone art is, but overlays of halftone dots over pen and ink drawings is not. The problem I ran into is when I tried to convert everything to halftone at that small size, you can't see the artwork. You can't see what it is because the halftones obscure it too much. So I decided to compromise and say, okay, I'm going to evoke the idea of halftone by overlaying a halftone over the art. Call it a day. It's halftone-ish. And that's my compromise. And then I've got ones like this one that are more based around offset printing, right? Rather than halftone. This is based off of an offset print card, right? So it's still in keeping with the overall 50s or mid-century, 50s and 60s era theme, but I'm not religiously sticking to they must all be line art and they must all follow that same template of halftone dots and the same fonts, etc. I would leave myself leeway to flex a little bit in these areas and do some different things. The sub one is one we were looking at a little while ago. This is one where I'm building off the sub theme, and it is more strongly half-toned than the other. It's not strictly half-toned because there again, a halftone at this size would completely obscure, but it's also not line art. It's an actual image, right? It's an image from a movie poster. So it's a photograph that serves as the backdrop, not line art. But it still keeps with the theme. Same basic color scheme that is inspired by my logo. And none of these have the colors tweaked yet. That's one of the last things that I'll do is unify the colors across all the things. But it's close. And it's got a dynamic area where I'll change the message based on who subscribed, and maybe I'll switch stuff out. You guessed the same thing Mr. did. Not. It's Atomic Sub. Let me see if I can find the poster. I downloaded the poster. Let me see if I can find it. Where did I put this stuff? I don't know where it is right off the top of my head. Sorry. I've got so many things spread out across my hard drive. I don't remember exactly where things are. No, it's from the I think it's called the Atomic Sub. Let me see if I can Google it real quick. Go away. The Atomic Submarine. Let's see if I can find poster. It's not that poster. There's another poster that I found that I stole that from. But basically it's that one. It's a, what is it? It's a 1959 movie. One moment. I'll be right back. I just heard something hit my front door. Okay, it's no big deal. It's just the neighbor's dogs again. You want me to click images? Which image were you looking at? Like this one? That's a good one. There it is. There's the poster. There's the poster that I ripped. So I ripped this part out, and I ripped the layout because I thought it fit very well in that format. And then I just, colored in some of this stuff. Let's see if we can get this. And then I'll pick, where's, there. So you can compare. They already use the color scheme basically that I use. This is still the red. I haven't tweaked it yet. They basically use the same color scheme that I did, red, blue, and yellow. And one of the reasons I picked that is because it was very commonly used in that era. The subatomic marine. Just mix and match the words. Anyway, you can clearly see where I ripped this off from. But I'm homaging it, right? It's homage. I'm using homage. Let me get back to where I was. Okay. And then this one I want this. Yeah, so they'll have sound effects. Like, this one's got the, let me reload this. This one's got the women screaming because it suits the crazy woman image. Like I said, I've got sub pings for the other one. I'm not going to. Now, anyone who is a submariner will probably recognize that those pings are not from a 50s class sonar. They're from the Hunt for Red October. So, but I like them better than 50s era. So where was I? Oh yeah, I was talking about the layout. So that will go down, we'll go down in this area. Though I've got things that will pop up down here that will acknowledge some kind of events. I'll have the scroller down below that is just like a tracker of that. And then I'm going to handle, so I keep imagining it happening that at some point, for whatever reason, I get more things happening quickly than my system can account for. So I'm going to have a de-escalation algorithm or calculation basically that says that, in oh shit mode, I'm not going to try to display the big things up here. They're going to go down here because those can switch out quicker. They take less resources and then go faster. And then the things down here just get marquee scroll, right? They're only going to go in the scroll now. And if the scroll gets overwhelmed, then I can fall back to some things going back to the chat window and some things, yeah, no worries. And then ad break. I already did an ad break. Oh shit, it's time. Sorry, I got to take a break real quick. I'll be back in a moment. Enjoy some commercials. I'll be right back. Okay. Whoops, wrong scene. I did that by default. All right. Sorry about the interruption there. No worries. De-escalation system. So the tiers that I'm thinking of, top tier is content area, then notification area, then marquee, then chat. When it comes to events, that's what I'm thinking of. So chat is the final fallback in case shit starts to go south. Combined with that is not just the different levels of where stuff goes, but also how detailed things are. So they're going to either be normal. There's going to be one level of condensed where I group things together like 5 new follows. I mean, keep in mind that I'm never going to hit this stuff. It's not going to affect me personally, but I wanted to go ahead and build the framework for it in, even if I don't fill it out. And then logging mode, where worst case scenario, let's say I got sub bombed or follow bombed, where, a bot is just like feeding multiple follows per second. It would go into logging mode at that point. Basically, it would stop trying to update anything and just log it. Lockdown, if you will, and I've got the plumbing already built for most of this stuff. It's just on a different machine because it's not going to be running on this machine. I've got the plumbing built for 75% of that already. There's just nothing to put in it yet because I don't have the ways in which it goes from the event into the handler, and then the handler connects into the rendering, basically, component of it. I mean, there's more to it than that, but that's the simplified version of it. That'll be one of the last things I do is wire everything up, because one thing I discovered is that by wiring up early, as I changed my mind about how things would work, I kept having to go back and redo the wirings, the intermediary system. So anyhow, that I think that's a pretty good overview of what I've done. I didn't expect it to take me this long. So what I want to do moving forward, I think this week at least, is I'll start every stream off with a little update, a shorter update of where I'm at, what I'm doing, what's changed. Maybe a discussion if people have ideas or thoughts or are curious about any of this, where I can go into more detail. If people want to see actually how I'm doing some of this stuff, if anybody cares to see behind the curtain, I'm happy to do some of that. I just don't feel like it would be that interesting. What I don't want to do is live stream while I'm actually working on stuff, because I feel like that distracts me. Knowing that I've got a camera and that I'm interacting with people takes me out of the mode that my brain needs to be in to focus on, problem solving. So I don't think I'll do that. But I am happy to go through some of this stuff, and I'll just keep doing that until I start implementing actually some of this stuff. What I want to get is I want to move from one machine over to start talking about the other interface that's part of this system, and that's the live, the poor man's Stream Deck that's going to be running on the laptop, which basically is a UI and the controller, basically the brain that is going to be telling everything else what to do. It's not going to be rendering anything because it doesn't have the graphics hardware to do that. It's just going to be telling everybody. The only thing it renders is going to be the touch screen, basically the thing that I'll use to interact with this stuff while I'm working. It'll run that, and it'll run the display that is just displaying like my chat summary and my activity summary, the stuff up on the bigger screen, so I can look up like I do now and see where things are at, see what's going on. But there's not going to be any graphics to that. It's just going to be all text based. So it should be able to handle that without a problem. Anyway, I was trying to get that done before the ad break, but I couldn't quite finish it off before the ad break. So, any questions? Any comments? If not, I will start getting things ready to switch over to Arc Raiders. But I open the floor for anybody want to mock me for what I've been doing? For making a mountain out of a molehill? I feel like if I get this button down, that it could have more usability for people other than just me. That other people in my same boat might be interested in this, even if they're not running multiple PCs. Even if they're just running off one PC, this could be valuable. What I don't want to do is try to run it as a service. Blech. All right. Well, let me start buttoning stuff up here. I'm going to real briefly put the break screen up while I close Windows and get the game fired up. I'll be right back. Sorry, Arc Raiders is taking extra long time to load for some reason. Tweak this a little bit. This is not right. Just zoom in this. closer. Anyway, my camera is too zoomed in. I've been futzing around moving my camera back and forth. I'll fix that later. I'm not worried about it right now. Yeah, okay. I got promoted and then I took a week off. Hello, Scrappy. I have no idea where I'm at in game. How do you play this game? I have this keyboard too. My keyboard died and I had to get a cheap replacement. I've got this $8 Amazon Basics keyboard that I bought. It's really kind of weird. It's gonna take some getting used to. So I'm gonna use that as an excuse for why I keep screwing up. Do I want a gold hammer? Sure, why not? Is it really that big a deal if everybody gets it? I'm going to stick with my expedition one. Who cares about the gold hammer? Yeah. Stick with the expedition one. Yeah. All right. Oh, I see what's different. The cold snap thing disappeared. So what happened? Is there anybody that's been playing? What happened when cold snap ended? Did we get anything, or was it just done? Don't see anything new in Dex. First wave husks, flying arc enemies, shredders. Yeah, so I'm not going to get a lot of these trials. But that's okay. I don't really care about the trials. Where am I at on the expedition project? Oh, I still need shredder gyros, so maybe I will go for those. I just need to get back in the field of things. I don't know what I'm doing. So I think I will just do a generic free kit run and try to remember how to play. Just gonna do a basic damn battlegrounds. Free loadout. Not enough space. Of course there's not. Of course there's not. I'm hitting escape. Why is escape not working? Why is my escape key not working? And my tab key. Okay, this is not good. Did I screw something up? Is my keyboard working at all? No, it is not. Okay. This is not good. Kind of need the keyboard to work. All right, let me check and make sure it's plugged in. Hold on. It was working earlier because I was alt-tabbing. Why is it not working? It's not locked, according to that. It's not responding to anything. All right, let me unplug it and plug it back in. That always works. Okay, that seemed to have worked. There we go. Weird. That's not going to be good. I hope it doesn't stop working right in the middle of a raid. All right, I need to make some room. Let's sell some stuff. I still have some snowballs in my inventory. Well, I can't really do the snowball quest anymore, so I think I'll get rid of them. Don't need that anymore. Should I just sell them? What do they sell? $50. Should I sell them, or I should keep one just to have one? Okay, now I should be able to free ball it. Let's see what's going on here. All right, let's roll. There we go. Camera still looks a little weird. Boy, this keyboard feels weird. I had my old keyboard for 20 years. I guess got my money's worth out of it.
Nothing here to see, just bots on rails. Players take your seat, watching and drive.
Turn the light on over there in a minute. Do I remember? Does my brain even remember what these cost? Somebody came up on the kettle. Nice. It's late. All right, I'm just gonna go check out.
Let's move to that location.
The screen even looks weird to me for some reason. I guess I haven't been in game so long that my brain is not processing the FOV very well. I feel like it's chugging a little bit. And then you turn some stuff down. Yeah, it is chugging big time. 30 frames a second. That's not good. something's not right. Because I haven't had frames like this low in a while. Something's running in the background. Has to be. Yep, Firefox was dogging it. Okay, it's gonna be a little better. Still chugging. Let me drop some more of my settings. Figure out what I want to drop here. I don't know what that does. Drop that to low because I don't even know what it is. Okay. Dropped everything down. It should be able to hold a steady 60. Yeah, okay. There's not much here,
Central Swamp Lift.
and I'm late, so I might just reset and do that because this feels like it's pointless. Something lit up over there. No, I have not I'm just trying to figure out how to play the fucking game because I don't remember. Plus, I've got this, my keyboard died, and so I've got a cheap replacement, and it feels really weird. Plus, for some reason, I really should have rebooted my machine before I started the game. Something is eating up resources. Oh, you fuckers. I hit reload. Why aren't you reloading? You still didn't reload. Somebody moving this thing while I'm fighting? No, it's just getting ready to I should heal first. Picking up scraps before I leave. Because I got in so late. Oh, was there another spot? I thought there was only two. I wasn't paying attention. I saw that arc and I wanted to leave. So we need to make some crafted. Where did my bandages go? Did I only craft one bandage? Does it only give you one bandage now? Why did it only give me one bandage? I thought it gave you more than one bandage for 5 fabric. I could have sworn it did. Am I wrong about that? I could have sworn it gave you more than one bandage before. I'm screwed in the head. It's been so long. I trust the game more than I trust my memory. So. Some more arcs over there. Is this getting ready to go down? It is. Shit. There's 3 bandages. I don't really need to be doing this if I'm leaving, but everything's been going. I can't feel where my fingers are on this keyboard. I mean, I feel that they're somewhere, I just don't know where. If that makes sense. I have to think about it. I have to focus on my fingers to figure out which keys they're on. It's a cheap. It's like an $8 Amazon special that I just got because my other one broke. I need to save up for a real keyboard. Hello? Mushroom. Yeah, one thing I didn't mention in my talk earlier is that one of the reasons I'm going to deprioritize some stuff is I noticed after some people were launching a bunch of channel point redeems, some of the ones I have in there, like the Let It Snow one, are just too much.
An ARC orbiter is en route.
I need to reduce them in priority and
10 minutes
increase
to
the
get out of there. I
cooldown.
repeat, 10 minutes. Hatch open.
Okay, I'm in. Thank you. I couldn't leave that arc alive. Did they fix the VoIP stuff, or is it still problematic? By the way, if you guys notice my cam freezes or the gameplay freezes or both, let me know, because I made one change to the BIOS on my machine that may or may not influence that. And it was something that was happening so regularly that if this change helps, great. All right. I at least figured out where some of the keys are again. Other than that, I don't really think I accomplished much. Let's get rid of some stuff. Do I have any stuff to sell? Oh yeah, I kept a bunch of these because I kept thinking somebody might want. Do you, Mister? Do you need any of these? Lightweight stock blueprint, Trigger Nade, Torrente, or Showstopper. I saved them because they're not trivial, but I already have them all. I'm not gonna. I just hate selling them. I hate it. I hate the idea of selling them. I mean, like these Surveyor Vault. I'm going to need them at some point, so I'm hoarding them. I do need to sell this. What does it recycle into? Screw that. We'll sell it. I should sell these. I don't know why I was keeping that. I know I could recycle a bunch of this stuff, but I'm actually trying to clear out my inventory. I've got plenty of those.
Teachers to Education Center, please.
Plenty of those. Plenty of springs. I'm going to keep the wires for the moment. I'm going to sell some of this, though. I hate to do it. I actually have to pee again. I've been drinking so much coffee the last week that it's just shooting through me. I'll be right back. Just a second. Okay, sorry about that. Mister, do you use Notebook LM for much? Because I've been using it lately and I kind of like it. Inventory management, so exciting. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just asked if you use Notebook LM very much because I've been using it a bit lately, and I've decided I like it. I don't think it's like the most awesome thing ever, but it's pretty handy. It's pretty handy for summarizing, for like executive summary type stuff. And I like being able to do comparisons based off of which sources that I feed it. So like I'll get a list of like 50 sources and then I'll group them differently, I'll add these 20 or these 20, or I'll take this one or whatever and see what kind of differences I get. It's not full on data analysis, right? But it's like executive summaries of data. So like you'll feed it a bunch of sources that provide statistics or even just reports on data, and then get it to summarize, or get it, ask it questions about the data, like, and get it to bring in other sources that are related to the data, maybe that discuss the data or offer opinions or whatever. And you can like shift stuff in and out and ask it questions or get it to provide summary reports or stuff like that. One of the things I like that I thought was stupid and that I'm embarrassed that I like it is the so-called podcast functionality. So you can make it create a podcast where it's two people discussing in and they sound like they're actually doing a podcast. They have the same kind of, rhythm and interactions and stuff. But what I do is I'll find an area and I'll compile a bunch of sources, make a bunch of reports, and then I'll get it to produce 2 or 3 of these podcasts where I tell it, different like things to focus on. And I'll save them to my phone. And then like when I'm doing other things, I'll play the podcast version of the data stuff while I'm like doing the dishes or you know, working on or whatever else I'm doing. And I find that I actually like it, even though it's cheesy as fuck. It's pretty fun. I'm having fun with it. Copilot. I haven't worked with Copilot very much. What's your impression of Copilot? Copilot's Microsoft's one, and what's it used for its backend? Is it still using ChatGPT? Or is it using a custom LLM? What's it using on its backside? I have found that for what I do, especially for the programming stuff that I've been working on, the 5 version of ChatGPT fucking sucks for me. I fight with it 2/3 of the time that I spend trying to get code out of it is me fighting with it. And it's gotten so fucking opinionated that it digs its heels in and fucking refuses to admit that it's wrong. I spend 2/3 of my time explaining things over and over again, getting it to remember shit that I told it before that it's stopped doing, or arguing with it until it finally realizes that it's fucking wrong. I don't have that problem with Gemini. Now, admittedly, I'm just getting it to try to stub things out for me real quickly, you know, trying to get it to do all the framework level stuff where it's basically stubbing out all of the, you know, error correction and, you know, all that kind of stuff, or error handling, and, you know, basically laying up the templates that then I fill in with the actual code, because I don't really trust it to write all of the code itself, especially some of the custom logic that I'm coming up with. And the reason I don't is because the tools editorialize too much. But that's for code writing. That's not for analysis. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, I was doing my inventory. Let's get rid of stuff. Let's start at the bottom. What do I want to get rid of down here? I want to keep my junk. I don't want to get rid of all my junk. I can get rid of one of these. Get rid of one of these. Get rid of the extra of these. I can go ahead and make some stuff. I should do that right now. I don't fucking care about gas mines. I don't care about little smokies. I'll keep the fabric for now. Probably don't need 2 of those, but I'm going to hang on to it for the moment. Don't need these bandages. I got too many arc cores. Yeah, I had been doing that, and then I switched out a bunch of stuff and left it in my inventory because I wasn't. I should probably do that now to free up space. Let's see. These are going to be dumped. Oh no, yeah. Because I don't use these, so I may as well put the stuff on here. Let's put the muzzle brake on there. Why did it switch over to? That was weird.
So, processing delays are expected. Bring patience or a book.
Oh. So I haven't looked at this interface before. Interesting. Okay. Sweet. Music connect converter, and I don't have a mag for this, right? Okay. Good enough. Smoke record. It's already got mods on it. Let's take those off. I don't remember where I got the Bobcat. Honestly, It's been taking up space in my inventory because I never want to use it. I don't care about these. I'm just going to put them on here so I can keep my inventory clear. I haven't used the Volcano at all. I need to... take it out and test drive it, but I just haven't done it. Do I have any shotgun chokes? I do. Nice. If you don't need to put the weapon in your inventory to mod it, just right-click and inspect. Oh, you can inspect it in your stat. Oh, well. You're just telling me these things to piss me off, right? Basically, it's your way of saying, God, you're so fucking stupid. You want to make me more efficient. Uh-huh. Do you use that line on your wife, too? I'm sorry, that's rude, but legitimate question. I'm sure it works on me about as well as it does on her. Why is everything... It's like I got too deep. Couldn't get out. Okay, now I need to go back to him and make my...
Oh, don't lie. You just came here to...
All right, now let's do just a generic inventory to get things started here. Do I want to waste my Pharaoh 4? I don't think I do. I'll take the Anvil 1 instead. And I'll throw some shit on it. I've got a silencer I know I can throw on it. There we go. All right, now some ammo. Should take more ammo for the Stitcher, but I ain't gonna. Because I'll find some. I don't know what I'm doing yet, so I'm not sure. I'm gonna start taking, I'm gonna try to be a good guy and take defibs for a while. I don't like the medium recharger, unless I'm running a, you know, heftier loadout. It just takes too fucking long.
Community board updated. Whether it's love, work, or warnings, check it.
Now, what accessories do I want to take? I've got a lot of trigger nades. I might as well take a trigger nade. And then something... Let's take, I like these, and I can make them now. I'll take some secret grenades, because they're fun. I just like them because they're fun. You just poop them out. All right. Now I need to look and see what I need to do. What's my workshop? Tell me. Oh, Scrappy, do you want to know? There we go. Got to make Scrappy happy.
I wonder why a spaceport would need a medical room.
If you've lost the key to the room, you might find a new... Don't forget it.
Okay, so I don't need to do any of those. I do need to get some more shredder stuff, but I'm not going to do that yet. I got to get back in the swing of this. I'm just not comfortable yet. My comfort level is off. So let's just do a loot run. Got 10 minutes for that one. I could do a Stellar Loot. No, because I don't want to fight Shredder right now. I don't do Electromagnetic Storm very often. I'll just try it. I don't have a clear-cut goal right now, which is something I'm going to change moving forward. I'm going to try to have more goals for each stream, but Ark did kind of get put on blast this weekend by Big Time Streamer for allowing cheat. Yeah, I saw some of that. So it's like different universes, like parallel universes. The big streamers, they operate in a different universe. When they play the game, it's a different experience than a lot of us have. Especially the ones that focus on PvP, right? I imagine their experience is miserable. But it's not my experience. And I hope that they're not so noisy that Embark does what a lot of game studios end up doing, and that's focusing way too much attention. And forgetting about all of the little people. Where am I?
Go to that location.
Hello? If anyone can hear me, an electromagnetic storm is currently raging over
Pattern House
topside.
first, 'cause I'm closer.
Beware the lightning strikes if you're outdoors.
Go to the pattern house.
I think they buffed the loot in Pattern House. Made it more like a regular art list. It's important to keep the big streamers happy, if you can, but not at the sacrifice of gameplay for the masses. I'm not saying that this is one of those situations. I mean, nobody likes cheaters, but I don't want to see them get knee-jerk about trying to keep the streamers happy. And by streamers, I mean the big streamers. The little streamers need to be catered to. The smallest of the small streamers need the most attention, in my opinion. I kid. Why are none of these containers lootable? I said they buffed this. Last time I was here, it was buffed. My audio seems heavy on the game and the voice is low. Okay, thank you. Let me see if I can fix that. Game is high, me is low. One moment, I'm calling up my audio manager. My mic is low in device manager. Okay, testing. Is my mic level better without game audio? First, oh, you probably hear the game audio. I don't. Is my mic level better or testing? Mic level. Sibilance. Yeah, for some reason it was down to 79% from 100% in my audio manager. That happens from plugging and unplugging a bunch of stuff. Excuse me. I had stuff plugged into the other machine, so. All right, I've dicked around and now stuff's going to be all looted. Well, everything went wrong when you left, one man. Just so you know, it all went to hell. My mic volume was too low. A bunch of cheaters started stream sniping big time streamers. All kinds of shit happened while you were gone. This keyboard feels really bad. Like, I think it's the keyboard. It feels like the keyboard. Feels just mushy, you know? My last keyboard was a Logitech 370, 350, something like that. I bought it 20 years ago. It was like a $20 keyboard 20 years ago, approximately 20 years ago. And it served me well. It was just basic, you know, meat and potatoes. I bought a mechanical keyboard. It wasn't a brand name, but it was a cheaper gaming mechanical keyboard about a year ago. And I liked it, but the WASD keys all died in about 3 months of use gaming. And they're not replaceable. They're not hot swappable, so. So it's on my Frankenstein PC right now. And I was hesitant to try to buy another key. I didn't want to spend premium dollars, you know. But I didn't want to get another cheap one that was mid-range and have it shit on me in 3 months. So that's why when this one broke, I just bought an $8 Amazon spec, cheapest I could find. If it's gonna be shit, then I'm gonna pay a shit price. I don't like the real clacky, you know, clicky mechanical keyboards, but I do like a little bit of feedback on how hard, you know, I'm pushing the keys, just a bit. This is one of those on-off, real, you know, it's probably a membrane keyboard. I expect it to last a few months. I don't have high expectations, which is why I was only willing to pay $8 for it. TechNet keyboard, never heard of it. Yeah, this is a full size. I was going to go with the TKL, but there again, $8 versus, you know, high teens, low 20s for the cheapest TKL. So I figure if it's going to, you know, if I'm going to buy a no-name cheap, I'm just going to get the fucking cheapest. Maybe some sunny day I'll decide that keyboard is worth investing in, but right now I just can't make myself pay, you know, $50 for a keyboard. Oh, is TechNet a store? Like or a brand name? They're not just a keyboard brand. I've never heard of TechNet, so I don't really know. You can get them on. Oh, I've never paid attention. Are they so they're a known brand. They're not just a house. This is all fluted. Did you see me sub-parkour that? Decent budget, Brad. Okay. All right, I'm going to go here and see if the lockers have been looted yet. You thought you had me, didn't you? Key face is worn off within a few months, and if we're not swappable after the third of the same, I gave up on Logitech. This like I said, it was a meat and potatoes, and you know, for a long time, Logitech did not. They were like rebranding, you know. So some of their stuff was still Logitech, and some of it was rebranded stuff. I got lucky and got a good one for like $20 back in 2005, I think 2006, somewhere around there, and it was good enough. You know, I mean, it was not better. It just worked. It worked, and it worked for a long time. What was that? Somebody been looting here already. Oh, a search feat? Oh. Okay, I'm competing. They must have added some of these because I'm completing a lot of stuff that I do all the time. Start heading towards water treatment. This has not been a very lucrative experience for me. I should not have gone to the Pale House first. I should have run straight for the red, but somebody probably was going to beat me there, so. Like I said, I didn't have an objective in mind, and so that kind of makes it for poor decision making. Yeah, I should talk to you about it sometime, Mister. One of the things I was using Notebook LM for was to do some research, some market research. Yeah, it was a lightning strike. I'm in the lightning event, so basically all the lightning you're hearing is deadly. Hello, good people. Hello, good people of the water treatment area. I'm going to set off the supply drop.
Okay, Raider. Just give me a second. Let's see. All right, I see the flare now. Send the supply drop. We have your location. Keep an eye out.
I almost died there. Did you see that? Did somebody's flare just go off? Oh no, that was the pop of this thing. Where are you? I don't really need this stuff. I'm just doing it to be doing it. Oh yeah, I could have been doing the flying things damage and getting stars. I didn't even think about it. We'll take an extra anvil. Take an extra torrente. This is pretty nice. Take these just in case I decide to use the torrente for anything. Yeah, I could be killing these youngins. These little flying beasties. That one almost got me. Somebody's shooting out of the window up there. Don't like that. No me gusta. Hello, Flyboy. Where are you? Somebody else shoot at you? I think they did. I think somebody stole my kill. Guess other people are farming this as well. Don't shoot me. I'm ultra friendly. Picked up any petrified light? No, I haven't looked for it. Oh, hello. I have not even looked for it. Is there any here? Nope. I know of it, but I haven't really looked for it. This is a trial thing? Yeah, I figured that out after it said I got my personal best when I shot one. I guess when that one crashed, I didn't get the kill on it. I got that one, though, this last one. Anything out here? Oh, I hit it. Almost went off the edge there. I think they start hitting you with lightning the more you stay in one place. Oh, hello, Leaper. Hello, Newman. Really? You gonna shoot me from there? Gotta reload. Don't be shooting me. Oh, I got lightning. That was not good. That was the opposite of good. I need to get in here and revamp a little bit. I'm good on that. I need to reload everything. Oop. I guess I'm going to go ahead and get out. Since I didn't do this with the intent of killing all these things, I feel like I kind of wasted too much time.
Head home at the water treatment elevator.
Is he going to be a bitch about this? Yay! Celebrate good times. Come on. There's a party going on right here. A celebration to last out the years.
An ARC orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Arc orbiter. That's the thing that basically kills everybody when it comes down. Although my my YouTube feed keeps getting filled with videos about orbiters in reference to streamers, and I have no idea what that is. So, if you're talking about in the context of Arc Raiders, I know what that is. If you're talking about in the context of streaming, I have no idea what that is. Be right back. Oh, did it already run ads? It did run ads. Okay, no worries. I got to turn my light on. I'll be right back. Okay, I screwed the pooch on that one. I should have done more farming. I should have sold those. Okay. I need to make some more light ammo. Let's see what else I need. Craft some more of those bandages. Vargan bandages. So, I don't remember if I put it on the list. I remember I was making a list before about underrated 80s movies. Johnny Dangerously is it wasn't underrated at the time, it's underrated now. Most people don't even remember Johnny Dangerously. Very quotable for its time. Need a few more heavy rounds. Okay. All right, let's go try to get that actual 3-star this time for the flying guys. I can focus on that. I can do a Buried City Night Raid. That should be an easy one to get flying guys on if everybody else doesn't take them. I should have a different primer for this, although now I'm just going to keep it because if I do run into anybody, I might need it. Somebody being unruly. Looks like Naked Gun Gangsters with Michael Keaton. A bit. The comedy isn't exactly Naked Gun. It's a little different, but it's kind of in the same ballpark. Maroney was pretty quotable. You fucking bastiches. I'm gonna take it your torque and I'm gonna twist. And it's another late one, so not good for farming.
Have your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider? Loot is ripe for the picking while most of Toledo is asleep, though my suppliers say that Ark is twice as vigilant after sunset.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Busman. Did you lose something in the bus? Be funny if I got a lucky shot on this.
Don't shoot!
I will not shoot. I'm here to shoot Ark. Trying to accidentally get the killing shot on him. I didn't get it. Where am I going to extract from? I need to plan that out. I didn't bring a hatch key, so... we can just go Plaza Rosa, I guess.
Go to Plaza Rosa.
Oh yeah, no hatches at night. Well, there's good reason I didn't bring... I knew that. That's why I intentionally didn't bring one. I'm missing everything. Can I not get under there? I got more flying things than I know what to do with. This is not good. I'm in trouble. I got killed. Well, I fucked that up. I remember now why I didn't fight on that bridge. All right, let's find a good spot to put my stuff here so nobody will find it. I lost everything. Yeah, my sub parkour off the bridge, I thought there was a door there that I could go to, and there wasn't. I think I did everything wrong you could possibly do wrong. Luckily, I didn't lose anything critical. I couldn't hit anything. All my shots were way off. Like, way off. Let's just do a freebie and see how we do. Maybe we'll get lucky and get a Pharaoh. I hate to do it, but I better pee before I start. I'll be right back. That clown. Yep, that clown. That's the whole reason I included it, is because he was freaky. It's like he would be put away if somebody just saw him making faces like that, but he puts white makeup on and it's perfectly fine. Let him, you know, here's my children. Please, have my children. I think I accidentally turned the heater off. It's starting to get cold. Or maybe it's just the sun going down. It's pretty cold today. It was in the teens here today. Fahrenheit. All right. What did I get? Rattler. I can do it. I can beat these clankers with this Rattler.
Let's go to the Galleria.
In case you can't tell, I'm not being terribly serious about the game today. I'm just trying to get back in the feel of things. So I'm kind of just jackbagging around, so to speak. Part of my roadmap is to get more deliberate about the streams, even when I'm just playing a game. Have more specific objectives about what I want to do. You know, themes and stuff like that. Instead of just pants-seating it all the time. Somebody's taking my kills. Shit, I ran out of ammo. I forgot to loot before I engaged that thing. All right, well, that puts a little damper on things. What do I have here? I have a smoke grenade. Where did I go? I went the wrong way. No, I didn't. It should be right here. Hello? There's a fireball chasing me and I'm out of ammo. Oh, fuck you. I wonder if I can make it to the roof. Is there a way out up here? Don't remember that there is. Yeah, there is. Sweet. Now I can get some ammo. I don't want to take on the big flyboy with just a rattler. I think I'll move on. Where's my escape? How long do we have? Got 15 minutes on this one.
Go to that metro.
Is it the parking garage entrance, that one? Yeah. Oh, did they? Big Daddy is looking. Big Daddy is watching. How much ammo do I have? 8 rounds. Don't think I can do this. Out of stamina. How much time? I think I still have time. Can I get you to come inside? I don't have any grenades, do I? Not really. I tried to reload my hammer. All right, this has not worked out for me. I just need to get out. This has not worked out for me at all. The whole free loadout trying to kill things is... When I got the Rattler, I knew I was in trouble. And then I didn't help myself any by positioning. Hello? Betrayal! Nothing like a betrayal hammer to the face. Hey, all I did was tap him lightly in the nose. Didn't even hurt him, really. Yeah. I ain't no rat. That was an accident. It was a misclick. I misclicked. Could happen to anybody. All right, I'm going to do an actual loadout. Ran over to him. I did. Well, yeah. I was gonna try to emote, and I just misclicked. That's all it was. People are making a big deal out of nothing here. I've got an Anvil 3 I can waste, but I'd rather waste the Anvil 1, I think. I can upgrade it. Upgrade. Upgrade. I think it's worth it for the fire rate, even though I'm probably going to lose it. And I really like the silencer on this gun. What did Mr. tell me to do? This. Okay, let's get some ammo. We need some ammo for this. Now, I could do the Anvil Pharaoh combination. That'd be pretty sick. Misclick lobby, yeah. But I should probably do something else instead. What do you guys think? What should I take as my second gun? I'll take all options here. I'm going to go back to the night raid if I can. Let me check that first. Yeah, I'm going to go back to the night raid on Buried City and try to shoot flying enemies. What do you think I should take? I got my Anvil 4 as my heavy weapon, but I can take another heavy, which let me get some ammo for this. Discuss amongst yourselves. Hull cracker? Wow. You think I should risk a hull cracker? Okay, I can do that. I can always get another hull cracker. I got ammo for it already. Fuck, if I'm going to lose it, take it all. Where's Mr. Hull Cracker? There it is. Look at those attachments I got on it, too. Padded stock. I need to repair it, though. What do I got there? Got the padded stock. Angled grip. Now I'm going to make a bunch of I'm going to make a bunch of these, as many as I can make. Because they're pretty fucking handy for the little arc, killing them quickly. Yes, Scrappy, I see you. I see you, my pheasant friend. That joke will never get old. I'm sorry. Never. I need some more bandages. Where's my medical station? I've got 4 Great Mullins. I need some durable cloth. I keep... See how much I misclicking? Bear Dad, resub. You, sir. Full kudos for the day. Thank you very much. I like the herbals. They feel like they're in the sweet spot for running at this level. Which, let's do this. Okay, I know I want these. I'm going to take 2 loads of these because I like them so much. I'm going to temporarily... Oh, I can't put the hull cracker in my safe pocket. God damn it. I need to stretch out my safe pocket so I can fit the entire hull cracker in there. Take a couple of these in case I need them. I don't need spare bandages. Good enough. I don't need everything. Zipline? Zipline. In case I want to get on top of something to shoot. All right. I think I'm loaded for bear. See what I did there? See what I did there? Bear. Dad. A little dad'll do ya. Has anyone else noticed a freeze up when the match starts this session because I haven't. And I'm wondering if I fixed it or if I just haven't seen it yet. I haven't noticed that freeze that was happening almost every match, almost every raid. Both, because it was happening in game and it would cause my my cam to freeze up as well when it happened. Because I think it was a PCI channel problem. All right, I'm not even going to loot. Oh, you magnificent big bastard. I need to get some distance. I need up there. How am I going to get up there? Why are those shots missing? My shots keep missing. I'm just going to start aiming center mag. Hole crackers don't kill that thing? God damn. Okay, where's Big Daddy?
Rocketeer, there, by the Grandioso Apartments.
Missed him. Shot too low. Got his attention, though. Oh, fuck, I got these guys coming in behind me. I got to get off this bridge. Remember I said don't fight on the bridge? Okay, I got Big Daddy's attention, that's for sure. Where is he? I had his attention. He got my attention. I hit the wrong thing. I wanted to hit this, and I hit the shield. Your daddy's dead. Now I'll get killed for the loot. Hey, Daddy. Is that right? Did I say that right? Where'd you go? Did somebody else get your attention? I heard somebody else shooting at him, so I decided to take him out before they could. Hello? Wrong gun. Keep thinking my anvil's on 2 when it's on 1. God damn it. Guy stole my kill. Oh, I did? I didn't even notice the message. Huh. Got those. Steal those, motherfucker. How many do I have left? I have 4 left. Hello?
What's up,
just-
bro? You want the blueprint? It's a compensated 2 blueprint.
I'm good on blueprint. Oh, well, sure. Thank you. I don't have anything to trade for it, though.
You're fine, bro. I don't need it.
Oh, sweet. Thanks, man.
No problem, fam.
Did you call me fam? Really? I don't believe I'm your fam, but my man. Damn it, somebody else got the kill on that one. This guy's a better shot than me. What do I got, ammo-wise? 44 rounds left. I don't think I got that. I didn't get that last one for sure. I got to be careful. I don't want my... I don't want to accidentally hit the, whatever the big guy is over there. Oh shit, I hit him. I hit him. I got the spider. I mean, I can kill him, but not from where I was. I know. This guy saw me firing the hole cracker. He might come for me. Why are those going right through him? Fuck. It looked to me like those hole cracker rounds were going right through him. I got the kill on that last one. My competitor just got killed. Ooh, Leaper got him. I need to go loot him when the Leaper leaves. I wish I had a... what do you call it? God damn it, a lure. How much time? I still got time. Oh, he's bugged. God damn it. He's bugged out. That's broken. Yeah. Garbage. to redo my thing when I get over here. I'm gonna experiment with the hole cracker and see if it hits him. That one it hit first. I have no explanation for this. Leaper's going after somebody again. How much hole cracker ammo? Oh, I've got lots of hole cracker. Oh no, that's anvil. Yeah, I've got enough hole cracker ammo. Could help with the leaper if I wanted, but I know I'm going to get a demerit for knocking that guy out, but tried to get a lucky shot there. Somebody's a hell of a lot better shot than I am. I am missing 90% of my shots. It's a competitive market.
Let's go to Plaza Rosa.
Hello, fat boy. Oop, that got him too. Yeah, I see you coming over to inspect the gate. Head break again? No. I think it just bounced off him because I don't think that kind of grenade sticks, so. I need to get out.
An Ark orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
That's a recharge. I don't want that. I'm out of those grenades. Okay. Somebody else is farming all my kills. How close? I need to get down there. I don't really care about the Rocketeer drivers. So I can let that go. Hello, friends. I hope you had good hunting. I cannot top that. You're right. Okay. I got to take my pee break now. I'll be right back. Pee break time. Okay, that was a speedy pee break. I lost the he was in PvP. I don't catch that. I got 3, so I don't need to do that anymore. I don't think. Photoelectric cloak, blaze grenade. Okay, like I need another photoelectric cloak. I've never used one. I have not used it yet. It looks like it's handy, and I should use it, but I haven't. Learn and consume. Okay, let's... Sure, let's just repair it. I don't want to dick with it. Good enough. Need some more hull cracker ammo. Need crude explosives. Do I not have enough? I thought I had a bunch of crude explosives. Thought I had a ton of them. I guess not. I need mechanical components. Mechanical components. Man, I missed so many shots that time. That was a pathetic display. I've probably done better with the Pharaoh. What was I making? I was making hull cracker ammo. Could have sworn I had more crude explosives than that. Okay, we need some heals. Loop. I need to make some... Oh, I know, because I made a bunch of secret grenades. That's what happened to all my explosives. But, man, these things are handy. I was doing that guy a favor that I knocked out because he was hung, right? I mean, his game was hung. Let me be clear about what I'm saying. His game was hung. I like these things, but man, it's not worth one explosive each. I need to start remembering to pick those up. Oh yeah, I need to remember that I need some of these. I need to bring those too. Okay. Stop it. Oh, I got to turn the heater on. The heater's stuck for some, or got shut off for some reason. It was not shut off. It was just on the low setting, and it's gotten cold enough that the low setting was not keeping up. So we had to crank that puppy up. No more night raid there. I can do electromagnetic at Spaceport. Not as good at hiding places here, though. Oh, I don't need to do that anymore. What am I doing? I got a 3-star. I really don't need to do that. Right? Yeah. Yeah. I need to search husks and probes. Husks and probes. So I can put this away. Drop this back down here. Get rid of some of these. Get rid of both of those until I need them. And then I just need a facial weapon. Shotgun's not bad. Doesn't fire very fast, but let's do the arpeggio. I don't use the arpeggio enough. Maybe I'll learn to love it. Take plenty of ammo for it. All right. Now we'll just go husks and probes, right? Husks and probes. I should do it in a 2X. There aren't that many husks here. Spaceport that I'm aware of. Does that give Does it give 2x for on these? Yes. Yes. So I should probably save the oh, hello. Forgot about you. I should probably save then the probes one for a probe event, right? Oh wait, that's not a major event though. What's this? Husk Graveyard. Oh, well, I should do husks here. Fuck the nighttime. Oh wait, they're electrified. That's all it does. Well, we'll do it. I don't think I've done a Husk Graveyard before. Now we'll see whether my punching that guy out and hitting the other guy with a hammer puts me in a PvP lobby. There's probably virtual admins checking me out right now, trying to decide. Is he friendly? I'm an agent of chaos. Okay. Give me all your husks. Why, hello there, Raider. I think that guy's a bit put off by my demeanor. Wouldn't mind finding some crude explosives. I heard they're pretty cool. Yeah, the same pokey headdress as the guy you whacked with the hammer. Uh-oh. You think they're in a club together? Like some kind of secret society? It's crude explosives. Hey? Hey! Sorry, I already looted, but everything else is yours. Here's one for me, too. Hey, I found another carry box. If you want it, I'll bring it to you. I found another box. This looks like a husk. Kind of. Sort of. What? What? Why? 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 Why you shoot? Why you shoot? No shoot? No kill eye? No kill eye. It wasn't the same person I just helped, was it? Somebody was shooting me. Watch out. Somebody was shooting me from the house over here. Or the bridge. I can't hear what that person's saying, so, but it sounded friendly. I think he ran away. He was up there on that bridge. Just have to search this. Wow, why are all these arc dropping all of a sudden? Is this person following me? They decided to team up with me, even though I'm not on a team. That sounds like that asshole that was shooting at me.
Raider, there. Hey, Raider!
Hello? You gonna shoot me while I'm looting? Oh. That's a sentinel. I don't want that. I want the snitch scanner. Come on. God damn you. Nice. Don't need it, but we'll take it. I've never done anything but recycle that synthetic resin. Is it useful for anything? This is almost done. Still got plenty of time, though. If I don't get shot. Oh, hello, Leaper. Are any of these husks over here? No, but it's a boy. Fat boy. Where do I want to get out?
Let's go to that metro.
I don't know if looting the husks after they've already been looted counts. Maybe. I've got 900. I'm not sure. I need to check. Howdy. I'm going to kill 2 fireballs. Watch out. I need to find another husk and test this theory. This looks huskish. Okay, this has already been looted. That counted. Okay. So I've got 1 star. Where's the, there's
Let's go
8
to that
minutes
metro.
up there. Start working my way up there. I know it's been looted, but I may as well check since I'm here at the Moron Station. See if anybody left any crude explosives behind. I'm thinking not. Alright, you gonna fuck with me? Surgical strike. If you guys spot any husks that I missed, let me know. Still got 5 minutes on that one. Hello?
Hey, Raider.
Are you following me? Don't follow me. Follow me, don't follow me. Got my spine, I've got my orange crush. I'm not being very systematic about looking for these husks. I'm just kind of roaming. Roam if you want to. One of the dangers of getting old is every word reminds you of a song. Hello, Husk. Everything reminds me of you and Terry Bradshaw. Nice. I might as well go ahead and get out. Because I'm not going to get, without the bonus multiplier, I'm not going to get 3 stars. But I learned something, and knowledge is worth more than any star.
You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
I hear a probe, though. Not worth it. I already searched. Just get out. Gives you the creeps. What does it sound like? Do you imagine me purpling my balls every time I do? Or is that just something you imagine normally on an everyday basis? Sorry. Couldn't resist. 12-year-old brain. Million floppy shoes. Silenced. Crying out in terror, and then I can't remember the quote. I lose all geek cred because I can't remember the fucking Star Wars quote. All right, well, I collected a few stars. Boop, boop. See where I traveled. Well, that's pretty good I'm almost Magellan the whole map. I haven't done any progress towards quest today, though. That guy really wasn't that gung-ho about killing me. I don't know. I guess he was just mad because I was searching a husk. I honestly don't know. You know what? I'm going to take some more poppers. I just have too much fun playing with the poppers. What did I miss? Oh, yeah, I lost my... my refibs. All right, what events? Still just the electromagnetic storm. Let's check our progress. I didn't get any prizes, so even though I got... Oh, because I already had 1 star. Because it was nighttime, and I got no stars on the arc probes. So really, until there's an event, there's really no reason for me to do those. Until there's a map thingy. I mean, I could do magnetic storm on Spaceport, I guess. But I don't really want to do... I don't enjoy the electromagnetic storm that much. I'd rather go straight night. So let's just check out a quest here and see if there's a quest.
Don't forget about Stella Montis. That place isn't going to
Take a photo of any of the rovers in the sandbox. That's Stella. Oh, these are all Stella. Not
if you've lost the key
much
to the
in the
room,
mood for Stella, but I could do it. Don't really care if I lose this stuff. We'll try one on Stella. Stella. I only saw the movie, and I saw that a long time ago, but I've never seen the play itself. Then again, I'm not known for attending plays. I think I've seen maybe at most 4 plays in my life, maybe 6. Because I might have seen a couple in high school that I'm not remembering. You know, just high school kids putting on plays, if that counts. But actually going to the theater and seeing a play, 3 or 4. All right, what do I need to do?
Tianwen here. Listen up.
I don't know
Remember,
any of
you're
those
not there
things.
to take in the sights. I'll need the details from you later.
I'm going to assume everybody's friendly until proven otherwise. Because last time I was in Stella, they were. And I wasted a bunch of time being afraid. Hello. "39 Steps in Glasgow King's Theater." They lampoon noir movie cliches on stage. Oh, nice. But I like noir movies. That's looted. Hello. Hey, why did you close my bridge? You prankster. I'm sure this is all looted on fuck, but I don't even know where to go to get these this quest thing. Take a photo of any of the rovers in the sandbox. I don't know where the sandbox is. Anybody see anything that looks like a sandbox? I do not. Search papers in the security checkpoint room by the lobby. Okay, lobby's over here. Don't know where the security checkpoint room is, but it's over there somewhere. Deliver a magnetron. So I can try to head over here.
Let's move to that location.
Don't really need electronic stuff. I don't know why I keep searching these. Cooling fan. Everybody needs cooling fans. I need crude explosives. see what key this is, so I know for next time. Could have brought. I have a fuck ton of Stella keys. I could have brought some. Hello. Oh, let's see. I'm near the lobby. What am I looking for? Security checkpoint room by the lobby. What's this? Assume this goes over here, but it's probably already been done. I don't know where the security checkpoint is. Central corridor. Hello. Hey, do you happen to know where the security checkpoint is? Train station. I assume it's up there. Let's go up. Does this go up? No, it does not. How do I go up? I would like to go up, please. There's an up. Uppies. Bottom floor. I was right there. Well, you know, now you tell me. That's pretty helpful. What were you, like, busy doing shit or something? Let me go over back to my thing. Yeah, likely story. Busy doing stuff. Maybe I'll find a magnetron real quick. Okay. I hear there's an entrance right below me. Security restricted access, this one? Too much lag. All right, I'm gonna go down here. And you tell me if I'm getting hot or cold. We're getting hot or cold. Okay, so it is the security center. Okay. Oh, I see him. Is it this stuff? Yeah, thank you. I never would have found this. Hello? Yeah, I needed explosives. Okay, now I need to go... I need a magnetron and a photo of any of the rovers in the sandbox. I have no idea what the sandbox is. Bottom level of what? I don't know how to get to the bottom level. I don't play Stella, so I don't know nothing about no Stellas. Hello. I see Downey's here. I can't hear what you're saying, dude. Oh no. Oh, sub parkour. Okay, I'm in the lobby met. This seems pretty low to me. Is this bottom? You know, I could pull up a map, I guess, but... Let me see what I'm looking for again. Any of the rovers in the sandbox? Oh, there's the sandbox. Okay.
Go to sandbox.
I know. I haven't made a sub parkour remote yet. I haven't figured out what visual I want for sub parkour. Okay, where do I take a photo from? How do I take a photo? All right. Now I just need a magnetron. I'm not exactly sure where magnetrons live. Are they electrical? Or are they just random? Where would I look for a magnetron, do you think? I think this robot's going to have one. Assembly. Assembly was upstairs, right? There's a lovely hatch. That's probably already been looted, but somebody farmed a bunch of these today. Somebody's fighting one now. Oh, is that as high as it goes? Okay, well, that was a waste of time. Uppies. Need uppies. Central corridor. That sounds promising. Okay. Now I'm going to assembly, right? That's what you said?
Go to that location.
That requires more uppies. Okay, this is kind of assembly. Assembly workshops. Assembly workshops.
Go to the assembly workshops.
He was just fucking with me. Am I in assembly work? I'm almost in assembly workshops. Is that down below here? These are all looted, so I assume if there was a magnetron, someone would already take. I think I've been here already. I think this is where I spawned. Is it an electrical? Like, will I find it in one of these electronic areas, or? Because I looted this already. This is exactly where I spawned. How do I get out? Ooh, I don't have a lot of time left.
Head home at the loading bay metro.
Especially considering I don't know how to find any place. You,
There was a vacuum in the ground. It claimed
Okay.
three raiders. Hold on. I accidentally did this here. It's in the ground. You keep the ground through here and over there. Let's go back. Right?
how do I get down there? I couldn't hear a word that fucking guy said. Any clues on how I get down there?
inhibitor is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
These stack? Yeah, they do. Okay, so that one's... How do I get out? How do I get down there? Anybody have any idea? I am open to suggestions on how to get down there. I'm trying to get out. I'm trying to... I've only got 28 seconds left. I'm not going to make it. Oh, there's ladders here, aren't there? Yeah, I'm not going to make it to this one.
Let's head home at the lobby metro.
Means I got to lobby. That's snow. It shouldn't hurt me. I am fucked. I'm fucked.
minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Hey, man. Fucking turret. I thought it was a... Can't believe the turret got me.
One second. I'm looking for the fucking thing. Here,
Thank you so much, man. I do appreciate it.
yeah, no problem.
Appreciate the save. that was a nail biter. Mostly because I don't know how to navigate the fucking map. That was me versus... Look at my path. Look at this. Oh, man. That's comical. I could have gotten out dead, but yeah, it was still nice of him to do. I have no idea where I'm going on that map. I don't know where anything is. I don't know the names of anything. I am clueless on that map, and it's made to be hard to navigate. What do I get? Oh, a shotgun choke. Nice. At least I got some shredder cores, and I got the damage to shredders. And I got another notch on that one. Now I only need 4 more shredder heroes. Oh, it is chat lag, isn't it? Big time. Huh. I didn't realize it was lagging that badly. I'll have to look into that. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, though, because I'm already replacing chat with my own stuff. It just came up. How laggy? I don't know how long ago you put that in. Let me check Twitch and see what Twitch looks like. The actual Twitch client itself. 4 seconds. Mine is instant for me, of course, because it goes in the client right away. And then, yeah, it was about 4 seconds before it came up on stream. Okay. Yeah, I remember that time. Okay. Within those few seconds, you've gone upstairs and around the corner, and it's hard to say there. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's... Backseating is tough when the back seat is half a mile behind you. All right. Ad break's getting ready to start, but I think I'm going to close down anyway. I need to get back to, I don't know you and I don't want your items. Sorry. I need to get back to work anyway on my stuff, but I had fun back in ARK again. Hopefully I can team up with somebody soon and have some more fun. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to spend, like I said, I'm going to spend a little bit of the starting point of stream tomorrow, catching up on where I'm at. No, that wasn't the guy. That was some spammer that's selling stuff. They keep coming in and spamming everybody that's in the match with them. And then I'll play some more Ark Raiders. So that's the plan for tomorrow. Anywho, thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks especially for the interactions. And Bear Dad for the resub. Appreciate that. And everybody hanging out. And I will leave you with some Nozzle. You haven't been nozzled in a while. So here comes some Nozzle, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks.
Please do not be alarmed. We are about to engage the nozzle. Please do not move while the nozzle is engaging. Moving will disrupt calibration of the nozzle. Please wait while we calibrate the nozzle. Please do not look away from the nozzle. The nozzle is now calibrating. The nozzle is still calibrating. The nozzle has completed calibration. Thank you.